everybody, how are you all doing today? I went to grab an energy drink and I almost didn't make it back in time. I was like, oh yeah, I have 3 minutes, I should be able to do that. And then I came back and it's like, there's 20 seconds on the thing and it's like, I didn't think I was taking that long. But I'm here. Oh, hello Bailey! Hello!
Objection. Your Honor, I say no to the evidence. I rest my case.
Yeah. Your Honor, nuh-uh. That's all I need to say. Hopefully you're having a good day, Bailey. We were just talking about you yesterday, saying how we haven't seen you around too often. Yes, hopefully you're having a good day. Let me go ahead and open. Yes, for Final Fantasy, yeah. That makes sense. And now 16 really. Oh gosh, it did. Man, I've been hearing like nothing but good things for that. I don't know. Is it just for PS5 or did it come out or is it out for other systems? Because I've been like not looking at too much as to not spoil myself. But like just PS5. Aw, man. Okay. Fair enough. Because yeah, it's like there's that. The only other thing that I was like being like I probably need a PS5 at one point was like Silent Hill Elf, but that's not out yet. But 16 is, so I guess, well, not like I can get it anytime soon, but someday might come to PC, but currently only exclusive. Fair enough. So if it's like most PlayStation exclusive stuff, it might come to PC like in a year. I feel like usually their exclusive stuff like is a year. I could be wrong, it could be different. Okay. Anyway, let's go on ahead. Let me at least hit continue. And then go on over here. And then continue with our story. We have no idea what we're doing. We're still getting in the little introduction thing to Inspector Gregson. Inspector, are you perhaps the Inspector Gregson? Eating bread and potatoes? You're acting like you know this man, Miss Susato. But he's a London detective. Oh, I do know him. Very well, in fact. Very well? Yes, he features prominently in Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Oh, and that publication. What's it called again? Ranced Magazine? That's right! Inspector Gregson and Mr. Sholmes enjoy a wonderful friendly rivalry. Really? You rival the great Mr. Sholmes? That's incredible. Oh, well, I don't know about that. Can I have some fries, please? Hold the potato in the middle. Right, I would love some fries. Mr. Sholmes isn't a professional like myself, of course, but he does come up with the goods from time to time. Mr. Sholmes is equally complimentary about you, Inspector, isn't he? You've earned his highest praise. Gregson is the pick of a bad lot of all the Scotland Yarders. Those are his own words. That's his highest praise? Well, Mr. Sholmes isn't particularly known for giving compliments, you see. That he is not, and thanks to that magazine, my name's known all over London town now. That's great, isn't it? I have to admit that to start with, I was a little, well, flattered by all the attention. Everyone wanted to shake my hand, and my reputation at the yard went through the roof. Well, that's wonderful. No, it is not! There's nothing more sinister than the man on the street. People are always looking at me now. They're whispering rumors about me under their breath, I'm sure. Rumors? Are you quite sure? He's changed since he started appearing in those stories. The fame's gone to his head, stuff like that. Gosh, do you really think people are saying such mean-spirited things about you? Like I said, they whisper. So I can't catch exactly what they're saying, but I know what folk are like. I'm sure that's what they're saying. As sure as eggs is eggs. Like me. I get the feeling this detective could be very hard work. Oh dear. Perhaps sudden rise to fame does change people. That's true. I haven't experienced it, but it's true. So, about the case that the Lord Chief Justice mentioned before. Nothing to tell, really. As far as we're concerned at the Yard, it couldn't be simpler. Oh dear, that probably means that as far as we're concerned as lawyers, it couldn't be more complicated. I wish you were wrong about that, but I have a nasty feeling that you're right. A young woman was walking along the pavement on Briar Road when she was stabbed from behind. Fortunately, it wasn't fatal, but she's still laid up in the hospital unconscious. That's despicable. What sort of coward could attack a poor woman from behind? I suppose you would have finished whoever it was off with a Susato takedown, would you? That is neither here nor there, Mr. Naruhodo. Brace yourself, Ryunosuke. You've angered her now. Anyway, after something of a whirlwind investigation, then the criminal was arrested. He barely had time for a cup of tea after the incident took place, to be honest. So there must have been something left at the scene that led you directly to the culprit? Or perhaps a reliable witness who recognized the person in question? Let me stop you right there. You're wasting time on this one. Sorry? There's nothing you can do. There's no way to help the bloke now. Why ever not? Simple. The prosecutor that's been assigned to the trial tomorrow is Lord Barak von Zeeks. No, sounds like you've heard of him then. Oh, yes, we are very familiar with Lord Van Zeeks. Believed to be the harbinger of death itself. The Reaper of the Bailey. Reaper of the Bailey. Lord Barak von Zeeks, who we faced in court only yesterday. Mr. Gilded told us about him before the trial, didn't he? When von Zeeks... I don't know if it's Zeeks or Zykes. Let me see. There you go. The Kirby's were a little bit too low. When von Zeeks stand for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And in every single trial in which he's been prosecutor, the accused have been damned. I think it's song skip. We don't even know. We don't even know who's on trial. We just have a dead woman. Or not dead, she's unconscious. This Reaper of the Bailey nickname, I suppose he's earned that because every defendant he advocates against is found guilty. Is that it? That or everybody who he's up against dies afterwards. Because that's what happened to the last guy. You're on trial? Oh no. Well, if that's the case, we should inform you, Inspector, that in yesterday's trial against Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Naruhodo secured a verdict of not guilty. And what of it? Oh, well, I think... That means that even against the Reaper of the Bailey, it's not impossible to save the defendant. Hello, Rocket, how are you doing? No, you really don't have a clue, do you? What do you mean? What happened to that bloke in the end, eh? He's dead. Magnus McGilded came a cropper in that omnibus when it went up in flames. Doing good, that's good. So you can't rightly say you saved the defendant, can ya? Hello,
I'm on time for stream for one.
Yes, you are, Crimson.
One wave.
How are you doing? My brain kept like saying other names, and it's like, nope, that's not it either. But hopefully you're doing good. Can't rightly say you saved the defendant, can you? You have a question? What's the question? What are you saying? Look, if Van Zeeks could get the dirt to stick on everyone, he'd be a miracle worker. But that's not how it goes. He doesn't work miracles, he works magic. Black magic. I'd have a good long think about that if I were you. Are we really supposed to believe that? Right, just a little bit of magic. Also, I didn't ask Moki, how are you doing today? How would I make my wings look iridescent? Ooh, okay. So with that, you could do it in a few ways. I think what you would do is you would have, you can either have the effect be in between layers or on a top layer, but I think in between layers would be more effective. So you'd have like a backing layer, possibly. You might not have to. And then you'd have the top layer be like, have little pockets of transparency where you'd want the iridescence to show. And then you'd have the effect in between. So that would be probably like a layer of just like a bunch of different, like almost a gradient. And I think it would show like that, I think. Maybe also, you could also maybe have like a layer that's like kind of for like glitter specific. I believe there's like a few tutorials for that because I've seen it on a few models. I can't say her name because part of her name I would have to beat myself out on, but she's a witch VTuber and the first part of her name is Moon. She has a little bit of iridescence on her like nose and in her makeup. If you study her model, that might be able to help you a little bit. Your boy, that's cool. Just woke up and watched the Dungeons and Dragons movie. It was really good, even though I never played. Oh my gosh, I've been hearing it's fun. Top layer with inverted clipping key because my wings are mostly transparent, but I'd like them to be more visible. Okay. Yeah, that would. Yeah, that would be tricky. I would still say study that VTuber's model. Yeah, is really right. yeah. I think her model might help. The human writing is so good. Oh, one day my elf and I will watch it. Anyway, let's keep this man from eating all his potatoes. Right, well, I filled you in as requested and I'm nearly out of chips. I had a voice for him and it's gone now. So I'll be heading back to the crime scene now. We're still carrying out a few investigations there. It was Briar Road you said, didn't you? Where the incident took place. That's correct, ma'am. And if you head over to the holding cells, you can meet the criminal himself. You've branded him a criminal already? If it was part of the name, it's okay to say, like the town. No, I'm still nervous about saying it. But you at least knew who I was talking about. He's as good as. Shaking like a leaf in a cell, he is. It'll give you a chuckle, if nothing else. That's so mean. He's inmate 53. Speak to the jailer and he'll show you the way. Inmate 53. Thank you. So there's no helping anyone against the Reaper of the Bailey, they say. Just finished Dead by Daylight match where they were all working together to farm blood points and the killer was letting us finish. Nice! Those are always really fun matches. Especially like... It's always silly because at the beginning you're just like, oh, we're all serious, and then it's just like, oh, we playing? And at the very end we were fighting because I was like, hook me, and he was shaking his head and attacking at the exit, and I went, no, hook me! Oh, that's so fun! Is something troubling you, Mr. Naruhodo? To tell the truth, when I recall the trial yesterday, I can't stop myself from shaking. The idea of facing the Reaper in court again is... And I forced him to do it because otherwise I was just gonna explode at the last second because the timer ran out. So anyway, the DVD anniversary is going great. It's going pretty good. Hooked on a feeling. That's so fun. I don't think I've played in a public match on DVD for a while. It's just been like me and my friends in private matches, just messing around. And then at one point, like one of us gets serious. Well, if you think it's too much for you, there's no shame in turning the case down. That takes courage too. But if the man they've arrested is innocent, you could well imagine he would be shaking like a leaf in a cell. And I, for one, wouldn't find the sight of that funny. I love getting serious about killing my friends. Right. Usually I'm just playing around, but like I'll be like half serious. But like one of them sometimes will be like, I am out for the hunt. So, if I'm honest, I'm still reeling from the shock of yesterday's events myself. I'm really not sure if I'd be able to help this man, whoever he is, but I'd like to try. So I think I'm going to make some inquiries. Will you help? Did you really think you had to ask? After all, I'm your judicial assistant. Thank you. So then, shall we? Yes. Let's go. And it's like with me, it's just like I'm still just Huntress. I haven't tried any other killer. I'm just throwing axes. That's it. Meanwhile, I think everybody else has like at least one killer that they've bought or had gifted to them. Whenever I'm playing, I only hunt and kill just one survivor. The rest are cool. Oh no. Some matches are like that though. So this is where it happened. Briar Road. Ah, look, Mr. Naruhodo. Look at that regulation metal helmet. It's unmistakable. The men of Scotland Yard are here. They're investigating as we speak. That is their job, you know. But Mr. Naruhodo, to see one with my own eyes. They're often depicted in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, but I never dreamt I'd ever come this close. Scotland Yard. The cover, you're right. To a real Bobby's helmet. What? The helmet? Of course, I have to try one on one day. Well, I hope your Hattie dreams come true. I don't see Inspector Gregson anywhere. Shall we see if we can sneak past and investigate the scene of the stabbing? Well, why should we sneak? I don't want to upset one of the bobbies and be butted on the head by one of their metal helmets. My skull would crack in two, I'm sure. Oh no, an English bobby would never do such a thing. This is the land of gentlemen, you know. Just what's all this then? What a delightful snowman. I didn't realize the English had a tradition of making snowmen as well. It looks a little creepy though. Oh, it has a scarf, look. You'd need one if you were out in this freezing cold all the time. I wish I had one. I'm afraid our budget is somewhat frozen at the moment too. We certainly can't afford a scarf. Oh no, they can't even afford a scarf. Surely the snowman here wouldn't miss his, but the person who made the snowman certainly would. Yes, I know. You're right. Anyway, even if I borrowed it, it wouldn't do much to warm my neck, would it? It's covered in snow. Another one of these. Oh, that's the Scotland Yard carriage. They use vehicles like this to rush to crime scenes and cart away criminals. You're very well informed, aren't you? It's long been a dream of mine to ride in one of those through the streets of London. Well, just pick up a stone and throw it through one of the windows then. But that would mean I'm being arrested in order to ride it. Wouldn't it? Still, if it's the only way, help me find a good stone. No, I wasn't serious. She was going to, though. She was ready. That's one of the officers from Scotland Yard. The police are making sure the crime scene is undisturbed. I have a feeling that if we wander too close, we'll be clapped in irons. I think perhaps you're being a little overcautious. We've done nothing wrong, so we have no cause for concern. Oh, no, I'm not getting caught out again. Twice is enough. Twice I found myself in handcuffs despite not knowing a thing about what was going on. Yes, you've had some dreadful experiences. I'm sure that it's that wide-eyed look of panic you're so prone to do. It does you no favors at all. Ugh. She's the friend that has a very concerning amount of knowledge on war and law enforcement. Just a little bit. She's done a lot of research onto things. This patch of pavement must have been where the incident occurred. Yes, it's very wide open space, isn't it? That's true. I can't see anywhere an attacker could have been hiding. Oi! What are you foreigners doing here? We just investigating the crime scene. Conspiring with that mustache fella from Japan, are you? Conspiring? Come here to destroy evidence, have you? Get out of here before I give you an hiding. Go on. He shoot us away like rats. Yes, we should give him a wide berth, I think. What a disappointing experience. Oh, right, there's more over here. A bike. Oh, a British bicycle, look! Although the wheel is so misshapen, I'm sure it couldn't possibly be ridden anymore. Someone must have been doing some breakneck cycling. It seems bicycles have become extremely popular in London recently. There's even a movement to change women's dress to allow them to ride as well. The bicycle fad won't last. I don't see why anyone would want to ride something like that. No, just absolutely not. Who would ride a bike? Goodness, do you dislike bicycles? No, not at all. I mean, it's not that I dislike them exactly. It's just that any occupation that involves taking both your feet off firm ground seems reckless. If you'd ever tried walking on stilts and fallen into a river, I know you'd agree with me. We'll have to hire a bicycle sometime. You can sit behind me while I ride you around. Okay. Fountain Gumshoe's grandfather? Maybe. I don't know. Because it's just like it's like a generic Bobby. I think the guy that we were talking to at the beginning might have been his grandfather, though. I don't know how silly he can get, other than his fries. That's a rather typical old brick building, isn't it? I'm sure it has a long and interesting history. Well, time certainly seems to have taken its toll on the place. It's crooked and sagging all over. In fact, it looks in decidedly worse shape than the other houses around here. We must find some cheap lodgings ourselves as soon as possible. Yes, you're right. Cheap, but ideally with reasonably level floors. Because yeah, look at that. It is coming apart at the seams. Oh, look at the windows on that building there. Are you sure they're windows? Yes, but they're all filled in with bricks. Oh, you're right. I wonder why. Maybe to help with the stability? That's a dangerous building, has asbestos, probably. Perhaps it's an empty property where nobody lives at the moment. There's smoke coming from the chimneys, though. Oh dear, everything still feels very foreign. There's so much we have to learn about this place. I mean, it could be just like inhabited by, would squatters be the right word, or would it just be homeless? I'm taking shelter. The window tax is why oh no, the window tax! The clouds look so big and heavy in the sky, don't they? And with the dense fog as well, everything looks hazy. Well, it is known as Foggy London Town. I can just make out some sort of spire through the fog. It looks like it's still being built, though. Aha! Yes, that must be the Crystal Tower being built for the great exhibition that's about to open in 6 months' time. Apparently it's going to be very striking, glazed on all sides, the symbolic centerpiece of the exhibition. It's to be the largest exposition in history, is it? I can't even begin to imagine it. Okay, is there anything else that we can look at here? No, it's Ryonosuke, I was clicking the arrow. No, Ryonosuke! Let's see, can't really talk with you. Okay, we might have to travel to the guy who's in jail right now. Let's see, back. Window tax was a real thing in London. You can still find buildings with blocked off windows and asbestos. Oh. Huh. I was thinking that it was just like a joke thing. Okay. So these are British prison cells. Oh, they're ghastly. It feels just like a dungeon. Yes, and having experienced it in Japan myself, I can assure you that our wooden cells feel a lot cozier than these cold stone walls. Oh, don't, Mr. Naruhodo, you're making it seem worse. Apparently, our client is in the cell here, but it's so dark at the back there, I can't make him out. I wonder what he's like. Inmate 53, your legal representative is here to see you. Stop hiding in the back of the cell and show your face at once. Am I a cat, as yet with no name? Calling me by a number. It's utterly, unbelievably, unjustly, unreasonable. I refuse to answer. Gaslights are very dangerous. Oh no. Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think is going on here? It's maybe it didn't. The text didn't seem as Cockney British, so I don't know. I have no idea, but I wasn't just hearing things, was I? That tirade of complaints was in Japanese. Oh. Oh, why are you so detailed in the face? Excuse me, but who? Shh, quiet! He's a very jumpy man. They're all around, hiding. I know they are. They're watching, listening. Even now, I can sense it. Right. So could I ask you, there you are. You've come to curse me, haven't you? Don't try to hide it. You are a ghost. A ghost? We mean you no harm, prisoner-san. Are you Japanese by any chance? This is beyond my wildest dreams! Does he have like question marks in his eyes? I can't tell what the imagery is for that. Forgive me for that outburst before. I'm so sorry. Oh, it's fine. We were just a little surprised, that's all. Imagine it. It's been 12 long months since I left my hometown, and here I am in the frightful fix of a foreign land. So hearing the sweet, sentimental tones of a compatriot's voice here in this damp, dark hellhole was a most monumentally moving moment. Who could have guessed that this new client Lord Strongheart assigned to us would turn out to be a fellow Japanese? What compassion my fellow countrymen show to dispatch a first-class lawyer all the way from Japan to a mere born student. Noble, nurturing, never-failing Nippon. A first-class lawyer? Oh dear, I think there's something of a misunderstanding here. I feel like his poses are probably referencing something, but I'm not too sure. Because it's probably not JoJo poses, but who knows? Could be Kamen Rider poses for all I know. But possibly not. I wonder, would you be so kind as to tell us what's happened? Why you've been detained as a suspect, for example? Yes, I can, I will. Shan't stay sullen and silent. I'm not quite sure I understand what he means, but he seems happy. Yes, he does. I just hope he actually has a good reason to be. Thank you for your cooperation. I'm a lawyer, as you said. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. And I'm Naruhodo-san's judicial assistant, Susato Mikotoba. I am a visiting student sent here by our government. Notably, notoriously named Natsume. Soseki Natsume. Well, Natsume, actually, before I converse with you, I want to show you my armband. Oops. No, I didn't want to look at it. I want to show you it. Here you go. Here's my proof. Yes, the symbol of our great empire's first-rate lawyers. Which means, of course, you'll stand by my side. You'll defend me. Oh, no, sorry. That wasn't why I was showing it to you. Then why else would you show me that? Oops. In hindsight, that probably wasn't the best idea. I just wanted to see what's wrong with him. I don't know. He's stressed. He's a stressed out guy. Soseki Natsume-san. What an unusual name. Call me Soseki, please. I'm a poet, you see. A writer of haiku. It's something of a nom de plume. A nom de plume? You mean an alias? That's right, Naruhodo-san. No! Don't be so prosaic. It's much more refined than that. And haiku? That really reminds me of home. Did I hear you say that you were a visiting student sent over here by the government? Yes, that's right. A year ago, I was told to go and study English. First, I had to suffer that misery, and now this! It's beyond the pale! Suffer that misery? Did you not want to study here? No, I mean, I've had an interest in Great Britain for some years, of course. Oh. But just because the government tells you to do something doesn't mean you can do it? No. What do you mean? They've told me to study English literature. That I could have understood. That's my field. But no, they told me to study the English language. Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable. Oh, he's a poet. That's what's wrong with him. Oh no. I see. Only the other day I was told to send a report about my first year here. I tendered a blank piece of paper. Wise words on white washi. You must be a man of great standing. Oh yes, so I'm often told, and often like to be told, it seems. Okay, an accusation against you. Write your report in English to mess with them, oh no. Right, it's like, you made me learn the language, here you go. This is what you were signing up for, right? Could you perhaps tell us exactly why you've been arrested, Soseki-san? I didn't do it. I didn't commit the atrocious murder. Murder? Oh, no. It's all right. The woman didn't actually die, did she? But she was stabbed with a knife right before my eyes. Before your eyes? You mean you saw the attacker? I mean, I didn't see anyone. What? If I'd seen the person who did it, do you think I'd be locked up in here? Oh dear, it seems this case is becoming rather complicated. Why me? Why me? Why did that silly woman have to be stabbed in front of me? It's the curse of London. It's incredibly, inexcusably, irritatingly inconvenient. It's just inconvenient. Quality voice acting. I do my best. So Soseki-san was there at the scene, but he didn't see the attacker. It's vital that we know more about this case. I mean, yeah, we kind of do need to know more about the case to defend you, sir. It was an accursed evening, just after the snow had started to clear and heavy with fog. I'd been to the bookshop to buy some books, and I was on my way back to the accursed lodgings. Sure the bookshop wasn't accursed too? Man talks in 4 words that start with the same letter. Yee. Adi-doo. What about the dude on the bus? The guy that we defended last time? He heckin' dead. He died in a fire. As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold hard slabs of stone at my feet. How terrible. I called out to the woman, but she didn't move. It was like a ghastly, ghoulish, grim graveyard. Was it a fire he started? I don't know. We don't know that quite yet. No, he was singing it. He was just in there singing that. Slight exaggeration there, perhaps. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings. That's not good. They'll say it was shameful, I know, to run away like that. Tell me, Soseki-san, was the victim an acquaintance of yours? Don't be ridiculous! Do you think I know any of the fair-haired English? And a young woman at that? I'm indifident, shy, timid, unsure. I can't talk to people! I see. A young woman unknown to Soseki-san. And at the time it happened, who else did you see nearby? Did anybody pass you? Regrettably, apart from myself and the woman, I didn't see a soul. No one? Oh, great. So the victim was unknown to you, and there was nobody else on the street at the time. That creates something of a conundrum, doesn't it? What conundrum? ask about the conundrum. Now, my guy, if you decide to write books, you now have the right. He has the perfect inspiration for murder mystery novel. What do you mean, Susato-san? What's the conundrum? Well, if what Saseki-san has just told us is true, there's something I can't explain. He says that he doesn't know the victim and that there is no one else on the scene. Then he apparently fled without having been seen. I did! But if that's the case, surely this man has to be the culprit. What did you just say? Nothing. I didn't say anything. Oops, perhaps I thought that a little loudly. Actually, that's not what was troubling me. What I was thinking was, how did Soseki-san actually come to be arrested? Sorry? He didn't touch the victim and there was nobody at the scene to see him. So how did the police ever discover that he was there in the first place? Oh yes, she's right. It's like he was in his lodgings, just like, I just saw someone get killed right in front of me. Ah! It was him. That accursed great detective. He led the police to me. Of all the bad luck. Accursed great detective? Could it be? I shall never forget that man's name as long as I live. With his haughty laugh and his self-proclaimed greatness. Brash, big-headed busybody begone. May you be cursed until the end of your days, Herlock Sholmes. I knew it. It makes sense that we'd run into him. Mr. Sholmes? He's a poet and he would have cried about it sooner or later, right? Well, I didn't expect to hear that name from this man's lips, that's for sure. It was the morning after the nightmare had unfolded on the pavement before me. I was gnawing on a sliver of cheese when some men suddenly burst in through the door. They started shouting at me, "This is the police, put the weapon down!" Yes, it was a thin sliver, and yes, it was hard, but I wasn't eating a weapon. Disgusting dietary discrimination devils! You clearly had a trying morning yesterday. And there he was in the middle of all the policemen, grinning like a Cheshire cat. That Herlock Sholmes. It's actually just Herlock Sholmes. He's English. I've since found that he's a famous name in detection here in London. Yes, the great detective is really well known or very well known. And his overly sharp mind managed to deduce my whereabouts, apparently. He thinks I'm the knife-wielding madman. Me? This weak-stooped kitten of a man. I wonder what great deduction process led him to his conclusion this time. Do you mean to say that Mr. Sholmes' deduction was the only reason the police arrested you? For as much crap as I give poets, I respect poetry, it's just not... You respect the writing, but not the actual writer. Oh no.
I got a message from Peach. Ah, okay.
That would be really most unreasonable. Well, the thing is, I was thrown into a panic when they barged their way in. Of course you were. That's only natural. I was terrified and trembling, and they kept throwing question after question at me. It's impossible English. Fiendish, foreign, flim-flammery. Well, we are in England. You can't really blame them for questioning you in English. Good point. But my mind went blank. I knew I had to answer, but I didn't know what to say. I just kept repeating things like, yes, I do, and I'm fine. The next thing I knew, I was in manacles, and before I knew it, I was thrown in here. Oh dear, I'm afraid that's hardly surprising. I'm fine. He's not fine now. No, because every poet is not the same with authors. Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. What? Oh, you can just call me Naruhodo. And when we're speaking English, a simple Mr. is more than enough. Oh, yes, all right. Yes, they've really got to me. This country is poisoning my mind. But please, I beg you to defend me in court tomorrow. I can tell them what really happened. You'll do it, won't you? Or you can. Well, Why? Why is it so hard to say yes to me? Well, the thing is, I'm just a student like yourself, on a study tour. A student. I have defended a case in the Old Bailey. Only one, though. But at this moment in time, I really don't know what I'm supposed to believe in. I'm confused about what justice in this country even means. Oh, Naruhodo-san. I'm not even the foreign student who was supposed to be here. I'm sort of locum lawyer, I suppose. But that armband, that's the mark of a defense lawyer from the Great Empire. It's a keepsake from the man who should have been here. He was my best friend. A keepsake? I know exactly what they're saying about me.
Oh, who do you mean?
Lawyers. All the British defense lawyers. They won't defend me.
Goodness, why? Why would you say that?
For the same reason as you noted before. When it happened, there was only the victim and myself around, and I ran away from the scene of the crime. I'm not a fool. I know it looks as though I must be the culprit. It must be very hard for you, Soseki-san. And anyway, I'm a student from overseas. I'm just a foreign nobody to them. Someone not to be trusted. I heard them openly laughing about me before, in my earshot, without any compunction at all. Any trial for this man would be a waste of time, they said, and of course the foreigner did it. They even had the gall to say the man doesn't understand half of what's being said anyway. That's awful. They're wrong! I've studied more English than half of the policemen out there on the streets. I've traveled halfway around the world to learn about these people's country and its great history. But no one here wants to listen to a man with a strange accent. They all hate me. So, at the very least, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who can listen to me in my native tongue. You could do it, couldn't you? When I look into your eyes, I can see it. I can see what you've been through. Soseki-san, it's just that... Give me a little time, please. I'll do what I can, for the time being. What do you mean?
We shall investigate the case as thoroughly as possible. If we can find some clues, it will give us a much better chance, I'm sure.
Oh, yes, thank you. I'll be here, all alone, waiting for you. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
We should be going then, Naruhodo-san. We have a case to prepare for.
I'm kind of sad that I can't examine all the stuff in his room, but that's fine. Okay, so I guess we'll move back to Briar Road. Maybe something new will happen? Yes.
Yeah, sorry, we showed up a little early, Gregson.
What's the Japanese delegation doing here?
Oh, Inspector Gregson.
This isn't the tourist trail, so I'm fairly sure you're well aware.
Yes, of course. We're here to investigate.
And you've been to the Holden cells then. What do you make of the criminal?
He's not a criminal as you put it, Inspector. He's a suspect.
We'll see about that. You Japanese like to stick together, I suppose. Well, do what you wish. It doesn't bother me. Bloke's in court tomorrow, whatever happens, and the verdict's a foregone conclusion. Ugh, the stone-cold air of rejection.
Take heart. London at this time of year is full of stone-cold air.
That makes it worse somehow. Okay, so now I can converse with you, because we've looked at everything, unless something, like, showed up. But I don't think so.
Tell me about Scotland Yard, Inspector. Ever since I read about it in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, I've been fascinated by the place.
The Yard is the most sophisticated policing organization you'll find anywhere in the world, ma'am.
Oh, and you know I've always dreamt of wearing a real Bobby's helmet.
It does make them look the part, seeing that policeman there with his helmet on. You certainly get the sense that this is a man who will take no nonsense in his duty of protecting the city.
Oh yes, doesn't he look wonderful?
Being a London Bobby is hard going, I can tell you.
Oh, really?
First thing in the morning, you know what he does? Goes around and rouses all the laborers on his beat so they can get off to work.
What? He wakes people up?
Yep. Raps on their windows with a long pole. Did it himself, going back a bit.
I had no idea.
Bobby works for the people of the town. It's just another one of his duties. After that, he starts tirelessly patrolling the streets all day long. He has to cover 20 miles a day. That's the regulation distance. I can't really imagine how far that is, but it sounds like a long way.
Let me see. 20 miles, that's approximately the distance from Tokyo to Yokohama.
On foot? That's definitely taking things a bit too far. When it gets dark, of course, he has the important job of lighting all the gas street lamps.
Oh my.
And I suppose in between all those duties, Bobbies are expected to investigate cases as well.
And chase after criminals trying to evade the law.
Not sure you could call it in between exactly. More alongside, but yes. They're expected to handle those jobs as well. We do have men keeling over from time to time, I admit. Yeah, because that's a lot. If there's a Sherlock Holmes character, there's definitely a Dr. M too. Maybe.
I'd always dreamt of wearing one of those helmets, as I said. But it's with a heavy heart that I shall have to relinquish that dream to you, Mr. Nadahodo.
Your heavy heart will be my heavy head if you do. Okay.
Ooh, can I present things to you? Can I show you my armband?
I can.
Look at it.
What do you think, sir? Inspector Gregson, can I show you this? Am I supposed to know what this is? I've never seen that insignia before. It's worn by defense lawyers in the Empire of Japan as a symbol of their profession. In other words, it's a worthless trinket here in Great Britain. Oh no, it's very important to me. It shows my spirit. An English gentleman keeps things like his spirit very much to himself, I'll have you know. Oh.
Don't give up, Mr. Nadahodo.
It's too late. He's crushed my spirit already. Okay. Okay, now we can go back to questioning you about the case. Happened at around 5 in the evening 2 days ago, just there on that open bit of pavement. The victim, a young woman, was stabbed with a blade from behind. Is it right that the lady is still unconscious now? You mentioned that she's being treated in hospital. There was not A, it's just in hospital. I don't know if that's right or if it's just old. I never said she was a lady. Truth is, unless she comes around pretty smartish, we won't be able to find out much about her at all. I suppose that means they haven't been able to take a statement from her, of course. Here's a map of the local area I happen to have on me. You can take it if you want.
Really? Are you sure?
It's your policy to give lawyers defending suspects the odd bit of information to go on. I haven't actually accepted the job yet, but still. It's like, technically we have.
Thank you, Inspector. We'll gratefully accept.
Okay. So that'll be important to look at. Anyway, as far as we know, there was no one else on the scene other than the victim and your fellow countrymen. Okay, let me look at the... Let me look at this real quick. So it happened right there. Show him the map. Just like, I can't read this. Yeah, we'll do that. As far as we know, there's no one else on the scene other than the victim and your fellow countrymen. So who did it, do you think? Not much of a head scratcher, is it? Well, I know Mr. Natsume is also claiming not to have seen anyone else around, but just because he didn't see anyone, it doesn't mean we can be sure that nobody else was present. That's true. I'm sorry to have to tell you, but we most certainly can be sure. How so? How? Because, ma'am, the precise moment of the stabbing didn't go unnoticed.
What?
We have 2 very reliable witnesses, no less. It was a typical foggy London day, and your client obviously didn't see them. There were witnesses now? Interesting. Okay. Well, before we talk about that, can I show you the map that you just handed me? What is this? Thank you again for this. Don't mention it. I had someone at the yard fish it out for me, but in the end, I didn't need it. Oh? Well, the case could hardly be simpler, couldn't it? I don't need a map to work out what happened. You can throw it away when you're done with it. Ugh, cold. So sassy. But at least this way we properly thanked him. Okay, so who are the witnesses? Who are these witnesses, Inspector? A fellow and his wife. The man's one of the most reliable and respected citizens of all of London. Thought it was going to be funny, right? I mean, it was kind of funny. Little bit of sass to us. He's a copper from Scotland Yard. Ah! A policeman? That might change things. And this policeman just happened to be there at the exact moment the woman was attacked? Nothing peculiar about that, ma'am. Part and parcel of being a bobby, catching them being in the act and all that. Huh? Do you think it might be possible for us to ask that policeman a few questions? Be my guest. You can ask him what you like. In court tomorrow. Oh. I've no doubt he'll be summoned as a witness. So that'll give you something to look forward to. That's that then. He's got no intention of letting us meet the man beforehand, it seems. Policeman witnessed the incident. As your judicial assistant, I must warn you that this could make our job very difficult indeed. Yes, as a non-judicial assistant, I could have warned me about that too. If I wanted sass, I'd read Infinite and Divine, oh no. Yes, one more thing, Inspector. What? The person who led you to the suspect, I hear that was Mr. Herlock Sholmes. What are you bringing him up for? Was it something I said? The color has drained from his cheeks. I'm sorry, I know that you guys are kind of rivals, but like... That twitchy Japanese bloke goes on trial tomorrow. Are you going to defend him or not? Well, makes no difference to me, but I will just say this. No London lawyer worth his salt would touch that case with a barge pole. Because the prosecution is being handled by the Reaper of the Bailey, you mean? There's no way to save the man now. It's a waste of time trying. It is all a bit strange, though. Sorry? The Reaper. He hasn't appeared in court once for a good few years now. Yes. We did hear something to that effect. And the only people he usually bothers with are the real scum. The master criminals. The violent ones. Master criminals? The violent ones? That's right. He handpicks his victims, only deals with those guaranteed to go to the gallows for their sins. But Mr. Natsume wasn't, or wouldn't hang for what he's accused of, surely. That's just my point, Sunshine. Yes, the young woman was stabbed, but it didn't kill her. Couldn't even say the intent was there. So this isn't the sort of case I'd be expecting the Reaper to want to sink his teeth into, for a better phrase. Well, it's not exactly a minor infraction, is it? No, there's gotta be more to it. Some reason he's taken an interest. Really? What sort of reason, Inspector? You think I can tell you what's going on inside the head of the Lord of Darkness? You'll have to ask him yourself. At tomorrow's trial. Are we really going to have to face the Reaper again? The Lord of Darkness, as he put it. I mean, it makes sense. He was looking like the Edgeworth, so... wasn't giving off the vibes of... What was the other character? The guy that, like... When we were defending, his little voice lines were, like, super deep. It's like... Objection! I don't remember what his name was. But he just didn't give off those vibes, you know? Who did you hear that name from? Oh, well, it was Mr. Natsume who mentioned it. He said that Mr. Holmes was with the police when he entered his lodgings.
I'm sure it was a result of one of Mr. Sholmes' inspirational great deductions.
Fiddle faddle. The man's an amateur, and I'm getting sick and tired of him showing his mug everywhere. Oh, I don't know where he gets his information from, but he turns up at the scene of the crime, wanders around spouting incomprehensible rubbish, and before you know it, he claims to have solved the case. Yes, he's quite astounding, isn't he?
He is a great help to Scotland Yard, though, isn't he?
Gibble gabble. Ever seen this before?
Oh, yes, that's Ranst Magazine. The wonderful publication in which the adventures of Herlock Sholmes appears.
Yes, well, that wonderful publication, as you put it, sees fit to include several of the Yard's detectives of his stories.
Hello, Sans, how you doing?
And the so-called great detective makes a mockery of all of us. If you ask anyone at the Yard, it's a misadventure to be included in any of Herlock Sholmes' tales at all.
Well, I suppose there is an element of that.
We work our socks off, every one of us, only to be frumped by the public thanks to that obnoxious detective.
You're doing good? I'm doing good too.
The man's as dangerous to us at Scotland Yard as he is to all of our criminals.
That can't really be true, can it, Inspector?
Clearly the great detective and the police have a complex relationship. Well, I don't think we're going to get any more useful information out of the detective.
Mr. Naruhodo, can I make a suggestion?
Oh, yes. What is it?
Well, it seems to me that we must speak with him about this.
By him, do you mean Mr. Sholmes?
Yes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, exactly.
Look at those shining eyes. You can't wait, can you? Well, Mr. Natsume did blame Mr. Sholmes for all this, didn't he?
Yes, he did. He really did. Which makes him an involved party in the case. Are you just going to ignore that? I hope not. I assure you, it's not simply my selfish desire to meet with Mr. Sholmes again.
The trouble is, we have no idea of the man's address even. It's Baker Street! How did you know that?
It's in the stories, of course. 22 1B Baker Street, the most famous address in the world.
Oh, I see. Well, there's nothing to stop us from going, I suppose. We'd better try to find our way there before Susato-san gets any more excited and unpredictable.
Hurrah! I'll summon the carriage.
So, we're to have a reunion already, with the great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Well, bye! We got what you were gonna offer to us. So we're breaking into Mr. Sholmes' house.
Oh, cutscene.
You know it's a good sign when we get a cutscene.
Thank you very much. It's just up there overlooking the street. Good day. Thanks again. This is it. The residence of Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
Susato's like, I'm gonna take a souvenir from his house.
Oh, that is really pretty. Very well decorated. Oh no, it's animated too. Right, always a good sign. A little bit before 1. So this is where the great detective makes his living. It feels surreal to be here somehow. Oh my gosh. Why is there bullet holes up there in VR? Hello? Is it as described in the stories, Miss Susato? Susato-san?
Many, many famous cases have been solved here in this very room.
Oh, I suppose that they must have been, yes. I've never read the stories, so it's hard to get quite as excited about this as she seems to be.
The detective case is the villain The detective chases the villain relentlessly as he disappears into the fog down an unlit London street. Oh, the thrill of it, the romanticism. Can't you feel your heart thumping in your chest? Can't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, I suppose I can, yes. So if you don't mind, I'll just stand here and soak up the atmosphere for a while longer. Please, don't mind me.
She's obsessed. My goodness. Well, it looks like our detective friend isn't home at present. Excuse me, is anybody home? Oh, do we have a visitor?
Hello!
Wait, why are you here? Why not take a souvenir while you're at it? Right? Okay, let me check something because I don't know if my voice mod is working today. Okay, it is. It's just messing with my deck. Okay.
This is a big new case, Mr. Sholmes.
It's the Golden Witch again, right? Hello. Wait. Aren't you?
Oh, how rude of me. I'll go and make some tea at once.
I think I gave her like a slightly southern accent for some reason. I'm sure it's the same girl. Mr. Seto, did you say the girl who was just here?
Oh, yes. Isn't it truly extraordinary?
You can tell he's a man of fine detail because his feverish decorations he has, but the mess leads me to believe he has a knack for letting his mind wander, and this leads me to believe that he's a tendency to jump the gun and lead himself to the wrong conclusion. I mean, from what we saw in chapter 2, where he's just like, ah, yes, you're a Russian spy. And it's just like, I'm from Japan. But like, you know, he's a little scatterbrained, but you know, it's okay. Hey, how this is very accurate, right?
To think that the King of Bohemia came to this very room to ask Mr. Sholmes to take on this case.
Making fun of him.
Yeah.
The King of Bavaria?
King Wilhelm Gottfried Sigismund von Ormstein, of course.
Sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Forget the adventures of Herlock Sholmes for a moment and look over there.
The tea's brewed, and I have a freshly baked pie as well, or cake as well. Oh, it's you!
I knew it. Susato-san recognizes her too. Like Zoink Scoop, like the Robin Mafia. Oh no.
Ah, there you are. And taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine.
It's the girl we turned up in the end of Mr. McGilded's trial of the defendant's antechamber.
She's got little, oh my gosh, the little charms on her bag. I don't know, I can't, if I scoot like this, my wing...
I don't have like a good position to... Let me just actually move myself. But like, look at the little charms on her backpack. It's a little bunny of Herlock, and then she is also one. She's like a little mouse. That's so cute. That's so cute. The violin and other bits of stuff makes me think that he's also a man of many talents, but knows how much of that stuff is to the inventors. Yeah, I think it's like he just has a little bit of ADHD. he's a little bit on the spectrum, but it's okay, aren't we all? At least here. It's the girl who turned up at the end of Mr. McGilded's trial at the defendant's antechamber. I've never met a lawyer from the Far East before. Poor you having to get straight to work when you've only just arrived in London. He's definitely a Fae child, absolutely. Oh yes, it was challenging.
Well, try this tea. It's my special blend, you know.
Oh, thank you. Is tea supposed to look that color? What color is it?
Oh my, what a fragrant yet mellow flavor. Hooray, it's a winner. I tried blending different leaves designed to alleviate fatigue, you see. You must be exhausted after your long voyage here, and you have another ticklish trial tomorrow. Oh, and You're to defend a Japanese man. I do wish you lots and lots of luck. Did Mr. Sholmes tell you about us by any chance? Oh, you know Hurley, do you?
Hurley? Mr. Sholmes to you, surely.
Mr. Sholmes was a fellow passenger on the boat that brought us to Great Britain, you see. Was he really? Well, I have no idea. I'm afraid Hurley's out on an errand around today, even though he's just returned from overseas.
Wait a minute. He met this girl for the first time, or we met this girl for the first time ever yesterday after the trial, and only briefly at that. How on earth does she know so much about us? Did she deduce all of those things, do you think?
And perhaps more to the point, why is she here in Mr. Sholmes' suite? Oh, silly me, I haven't introduced myself, have I? It's a great pleasure to meet you both. My name's Iris Wilson.
This universe's Wilson. That's so cute. Fairchild was the term used for neurodivergent people during the...
Oh, okay. So yeah, that would have... Okay.
So that would actually be time accurate. More or less. Well, it's not really... It's not really medieval. It's just late 1800s, but, you know. At least it's in Europe.
I live here together with Hurley.
Iris, is it? What a lovely name.
What?
What's the matter?
No, wait, this can't be. Did you say that your name is Wilson?
What's the matter with Susato-san? Why is he so flustered all of a sudden? 500 years at least off, but yeah. We're at least in Europe.
Yes, that's right. What are your names?
Oh, I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a lawyer from Japan.
Oh, sorry. I'm not Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Susato Mikotoba. It's wonderful to meet you. Lovely. Susie and Runo. Got it.
Susie and Runo. There's more to this girl than meets the eye. I have so many questions for her, I don't know where to start.
Yes, and so do I.
Susato, you don't have to ask the question of why she's a girl. It's honestly probably to like hide identity stuff, keep it safe. I do like this fireplace. It's one of the best things I've seen since we arrived in the country, in fact. Lingering beside the fire and watching the flames flicker and dance in the grate. It's so relaxing.
We can't relax, not when there's so many interesting things on the mantelpiece. Oh, it's just as what was described in the stories.
It is?
Yes, exactly. Inside this Persian slipper, for example, are my chocolates for elevensies? Is that what you said? Elevensies? And transfixed by that large jackknife is my shopping list for the market. Oh, it's not quite how I remember it being described in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes.
Poor Susato-san, she looks crushed. How about over here?
A mystery shoe, a curious hammer, and some mysterious dancing men. A bust of Napoleon. Ah, what an entrancing collection.
This is the first time in my life I've seen a lonely old shoe displayed as an ornament.
Oh, these are all mementos that Hurley has collected from his past cases.
Really? Even the bust?
Yes, that's right. When the mood takes him, he likes to throw it on the floor and smash it to dust.
The poor defenseless emperor? Mr. Sholmes destroys it?
Yes, and then he buys a new one.
You make it sound like he has the temperament of an insane sculptor.
How entrancingly bohemian of him.
To protect their identity, like, I'm not really a femboy elf, I'm a parasite. I just represent myself as an elf because he wants to read a book about a parasite. Oh no. I'm sure somebody. What on earth is that big black lump over there?
Ah, that fascinating thing is called a typewriter. It's a machine that allows you to write on paper without needing a pen. And wizardly quickly, too.
Oh, that sounds like it could be very useful for someone like me with terrible handwriting. You just have to make sure not to type too fast or else the things will get stuck together. My elf could probably talk a lot about typewriters, honestly. It's one of their hyperfixations, just a little bit, for special interests. What a beautiful English tea set, and so neatly arranged.
It's a favorite pastime of mine, a cup of herbal tea in the afternoon.
Tea? Made of herbs?
That's right. I grow all sorts of herbs in the garden, so I can experiment with different blends. One moment, don't go away. I'll brew a pot of the special blend I came up with earlier today.
She looks delighted. I only hope it's safe to drink. She just poisons us. I'm just looking. Oh, get your elf on stream. I want to hear about typewriters. Maybe one day. I don't know when that day will be, but maybe one day. If it ever gets to a point where I do like a, I don't know. Because like at one point I would want to do like a subathon, but like they would have to not listen to anything on their computer during that time, and that would feel really bad. It's a charming little white shelf and full of charming little bottles too.
Oh yes, but don't touch any of those. They might explode.
Explode? Are they exotic chemicals? Do you use them for exciting experiments?
Yes, indeed, and as Hurley always says, chemistry is an explosive science.
Sorry?
I agree. A single discovery can trigger an explosion of innovation all around the world.
Or perhaps he just meant it literally? Either way, mental note, do not touch any bottle that belongs to Iris. Tomorrow at 6 my time is when you get out of work, right? This is when Elf can... What? My time is when you get off work, right? This... Right? This when... I mean, I'm not streaming tomorrow. I can't. Since my time is 5 for you. I feel like I was gonna say something and then my brain just shut down. There's all sorts of these shelves. Chemistry apparatus, books, papers, and lots of things I've never seen before. It's all heaped up so high I can't help feeling that the whole lot is going to topple at any moment.
I keep telling Hurley not to cram so much on these shelves.
Good advice.
He wanted to look something up on one of these books a while ago, but it was so tightly wedged in he couldn't get it out, so he went and bought a new copy instead.
Oh my gosh, absolutely neurodivergent. What on earth is this huge over-the-top machine?
That's a great analytoscope.
An analytoscope.
It can analyze anything, really, anything at all.
You because I have my finally expanded to the no.
That's absolutely incredible. It's one of Hurley's inventions. It took him a whole year. He said it was to help him with his investigations.
What sort of things has he analyzed with it? Do you know?
Well, actually, he hasn't used it for anything yet.
Oh. Why not?
Apparently, on the evening he finally completed it, it suddenly occurred to him, I don't actually have anything I need to analyze.
Oh dear.
How about you, Runo? Do you have anything you'd like to analyze?
The only thing that springs to mind is this machine itself. I could analyze you and your, I don't know, the violin. Oh, I've seen pictures of Western musical instruments like this. It's called a violin, isn't it? Of course it is! Mr. Sholmes is renowned for his violin playing. Oh, really?
Absolutely. It's often explained in the stories. It's inspirational, Mr. Naruhodo. Inspirational.
I immediately started playing the koto, which was the closest Japanese stringed instrument I could find. What a shame you couldn't bring it with you to London.
Oh, yes. Well, Papa was beaming when I asked him if he would buy me one, but after a while he asked if I would only practice when he was out of the house. So now it's merely an ornament in my room.
That must have been an awkward conversation. That's kind of mean. That's sad. It's like, I'll only buy this if you don't play it. Oof. Whoops. No, poor girl, right? It's like, at least he bought it for her, but it's still sad. It was just like, yeah, don't play it around me. Right? That's absolutely savage. Okay, Iris. It was you that we ran into yesterday, wasn't it? At the Old Bailey.
Yes, that's right. You were ever so helpful. Thank you so much.
Oh, no, not at all. I'm so sorry we couldn't have been more welcoming. Though at the time we did have a rather large gun pointed at us.
Like this one, right? Like this?
Thinking back now, you left with Miss Lestrade in tow, didn't you? Oh yes, that awkward witness, Gina Lestrade.
Oh, Ginny? Yes, she's a professional pickpocket.
So we found out.
It was very naughty of her to pinch my invention like that.
Are you referring to that child-disrupting gun-like contraption?
Exactly. So I followed her, do you see, to get back. Perhaps I should think about fitting a self-destruct mechanism in my inventions.
This girl is dangerous.
Anyway, I brought Ginny here, or back here after that, so she could apologize for to my trusty technician.
Sorry, your technician?
Hurley, of course, silly.
Hurley?
Yes, Herlock. Herlock Sholmes. We live here together.
I had no idea the great detective had such a interesting young daughter.
Daughter? Not likely.
What?
I wouldn't call him Hurley if it was my father, would I?
Well then, what is your relationship with Mr. Holmes?
Well, I expect you found out that my lodgings of any kind in London are very expensive. So the solution is to share a cost with a partner, a roommate.
Your roommates? Oh my gosh, they were roommates. I hope you don't mind me asking, Iris, but how old are you?
10 at last this year.
What? Well, what of your mother and father?
Oh no, they're not around.
Oh, I see. I wonder what the story is there. Yeah, I was 100% like expecting her to be like, oh yeah, I look like a child, but I'm actually like in my early 20s or whatever. And then it's just like,
yeah, I'm heckin' 10 years old. I'm a genius child, a child genius, if you will.
Looks like a child is a child. Good. Savage's Trazen? The infinite sticking someone in an infinite maze after thanking her for sending him solder he collected or added to. What? Savage is I'm assuming treason? The infinite sticking someone in an infinite maze after thanking her for sending him soldier he added to his collection. I'm still confused. Rocket, do you want to try that again real quick? Cuz I am confused. Okay. Wilson. Oh yes, there's something I must ask you.
Of course. Go ahead, Susie.
I am a very great fan of the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes and Trizon. Sorry, he's oh okay. Okay, so Trizon the Infinite sticking someone in an infinite maze after thanking her for sending him soldiery. Oh, okay, I think I kind of understand. I'm still a little confused.
Hello, Vedo. How are you doing? I saw that you switched accounts, it seems.
I'm a very great fan of the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, and
oh, you have a copy of Rand's magazine.
Yes, I read every issue. It's delivered all the way to Japan on a ship.
Oh, this is so exciting. My stories are being read on the other side of the world.
My stories?
That's right. Hurley is always solving such amazing cases, you see, and he tells me all about them.
I got my old one back. Nice.
I'm glad.
This one is a decade old. Oh, gosh. Okay. Oh, so the one with the I in front of it was just a temporary one. I see. Well, I'm glad you're able to get an old account back.
They were really quite fascinating. It would be a shame if I was the only one who ever heard them, don't you think?
Goodness.
Last night he was telling me all about a new case he just solved on the steamship traveling all the way from a faraway land. I was just in the middle of typing up the manuscript for the next issue before you came.
The undead mummy robot alien that was a museum that he... Oh my god. My goodness. Any information you tell me of Warhammer is just so wild. So you're the author?
Yes, I'll let you in on a secret if you like. I'm gonna call this latest adventure the Speckled Band.
The Speckled Band? That's certainly very familiar. Now I don't feel like an iPhone anymore. Noise. Now you're no longer an iPhone product.
Of course, I'll always change 1 or 2 details in the story here and there. This time I had the idea of making a venomous snake be the cause of all the trouble.
Oh, that was Mr. Shulm's first thought as well, actually.
Yes, and of course I know that a snake might not be a credible fit for the facts of the case exactly, but it's a story. Some poetic license is justified to make it more thrilling, I think. Don't you?
So, do you mean to say, are the stories about Mr. Shulm's that are publicized in the Ransed magazine?
All written by me? Yes, on my wonderful and very modern typewriter.
But all the stories I've ever read are written by a doctor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson. Susato-san's getting more and more worked up.
Ah, yes, that's me. I mean, my name really is Wilson.
But what about the doctor of medicine part?
That's all true, too. I'm a doctor of medicine.
No, at 10 years old?
At 10 years old.
Well, that's quite incredible. Who's this small, lost, sassy child? Her name is Wilson. She is 10 years old and an inventor and a doctor. Trazen the Infinite is a very funny dude because he particularly old Necron who just likes the culture and history of every faction. He even had a window in a human church. Oh, wild. Oh, you Britain? But Dr. Wilson is an English gentleman.
Ah, yes. I did alter the setting slightly for the stories to be more compelling.
Oh.
Well, it sounds a little strange, doesn't it? A great detective with a 10-year-old girl in tow?
I suppose it does, yes. Poor Susato-san. She looks like her whole world has just fallen apart. Oh no. How about your deductions just now? About before.
Yes. What's on your mind, Runo? Do tell me.
How did you know that I was a lawyer and had just arrived in London, I mean, he probably told her. Yes. Oh, and that we have a difficult trial tomorrow. How did you know all that? That part is, she probably has her sources. Windows in it depicted him because he accidentally helped a human world in an invasion. Oh. Huh.
Thank you, RGVN, for the lyric. Welcome in. Oh, that's what you mean.
Please, tell us how you did it. Explain every detail.
Of course, I'd be delighted. Although, there's really no mystery. Now, let's begin. Iris Wilson is proud to present her Logic and Reasoning Spectacular.
Oh gosh.
First of all, I knew already that you were a lawyer, Bruno. After all, I met you yesterday on the Old Bailey in the defendant's antechamber.
But you also said that we'd only just arrived in London. How did you know that?
I observed a passport and a travel ticket protruding from your breast pocket.
Oh.
So I was reasonably confident that you must have only just arrived in the country. And on top of that, you accepted a case against the particular prosecutor, telling me you were unaware of London's court affairs.
The Reaper of the Bailey? I walked right into that one, didn't I?
Then I noticed a red ink stamp on the back of Susie's hand. You were given that when you visited the local prison to meet up with a suspect, weren't you? Earlier today. They use those stamps to keep a close eye on comings and goings, you see. I didn't realize. And a red stamp is only used for people visiting foreign inmates. So that told me that even though you had only yesterday concluded the trial of Magnus McGilded, the two of you had already had cause to visit a foreign inmate in the local prison. However, neither of you was wearing a particularly sad expression on your face, so I concluded that the prisoner was unlikely to be a friend or a relative. This led me to believe that you must have accepted a new case.
I see.
But how could you have known that the trial is tomorrow? Well, having barely been home a few hours yesterday, Hurley solved yet another case. It obviously amused him. He told me that he caught a Japanese man who was bawling and trembling.
A Japanese man? Well, clearly that must have been Mr. Natsume.
Now, Runo has that fancy Japanese sword. And I think your outfit is called a kimono, isn't it, Susie? Well, anyway, it was clear to me that you both come from Japan yourselves, so I put two and two together and decided you must be defending the Japanese man Hurley caught. And there was only one conclusion those facts could lead me to. You both came here to ask Hurley about the case. There's a note on the mantelpiece that says the man's trial will be tomorrow. Hurley is also stabbing his notes with a knife, you know. He's silly. And that's all there was to it, really. Thank you for listening. I'm Iris Wilson, and that was one of my great deductions. Well, was it a winner? Were my deductions correct?
They were spot on.
That was amazing, Iris. Truly a great deduction.
You even managed the certain something of Mr. Sholm's delivery.
Oh, well, I was just copying Hurley's style for that.
This is really good, very good news.
You could tell us all about the case involving the Japanese man. You will, won't you, Iris? Please?
We just ask, and she's like,
no, I won't tell you a thing.
So yesterday, Mr. Sholmes apprehended a Japanese man. You were saying, as a side note, most humans in 40K don't get along with aliens, so for Trizen to become a holy figure in a human's world is wild and funny. It's fun.
Yes. Hurley had just arrived back in London after his sea voyage, but the police were waiting for him at the railway station to take him directly to the crime scene.
The great detective is a popular man, it seems.
Apparently, a woman was stabbed on a quiet street somewhere in town. There were witnesses who had seen a short, shifty-looking, stooped man running away from the scene. A short, shifty-looking, stooped man. Mr. Natsume, beyond any doubt.
Saseki-san said that he didn't see anybody else on the street at all, but it seems that there were witnesses after all.
Hurley used his great deductive powers to determine the man's address. It was a lodging room very nearby. He went directly there with the police, and what did they find? A short, shifty-looking, stooped man shivering in fear.
Mr. Sholmes' great deduction certainly hit the mark that time.
Of course it did. He's a great detective.
Still, that means the incident occurred only 2 days ago. Surely tomorrow is too soon for the trial, isn't it?
Definitely. We have no time to investigate properly. Hurley said that London is rife with crime.
Oh.
Scotland Yard is doing its best, but they can't stay on top of it, apparently.
Oh dear. I hadn't realized the situation was so dire.
That's why they can't afford to spend too much time investigating cases and trying the criminals in court. Staff and money are both short. Crimes are usually pinned on the first suspicious person.
That's terrible. I suppose it's the harsh reality of the workings of the world's greatest justice system. I suppose it is. But in that case, I don't hold out much hope for Saseki-san. I wonder if Sholmes is going to show up. Thank you for answering so many of our questions, Iris. This has been very informative.
Oh, you're most welcome. I've had so much fun.
Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is at the moment? Or, as you guessed, we'd like to ask him some questions about this case as well.
Ah, well, I expect Hurley is still investigating the scene.
Of the case involving Mr. Natsume, you mean?
Yes, Mr. Nuts... Ooh, May? Hurley said he was going to the man's lodging. If you leave now, you'll probably catch him there.
Iris, do you know where those lodgings are?
Well, I imagine the police are still investigating the scene of the crime themselves, aren't they? Did you happen to come across a detective by the name of Gregson while you were there?
Yes, we know Inspector Gregson.
Ah, goody. In that case, give Gregsy this for me, would you? If you do that, I'm sure he'll tell you what you want to know.
What is this? A 5-shilling piece and a postcard, it seems. Iris's postcard has been entered into the court record. Okay. It reads, "Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem?" Can I look at it? Huh. Man, if only my handwriting was that neat at 10. Heck, if only my handwriting was that neat now. Huh. Very interesting. Okay. Want to read more about Tristan's shenanigans? I recommend reading the...
Gosh, this will make the inspector help us, will it?
Well, thank you, Iris. We'll give it a try. Right, very pretty handwriting.
Good luck then. I'm going to return to my writing manuscript, The Speckled Band. And I'll be making more special blends of tea, so come back again soon. We'd be delighted. Thank you so much, Iris. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, it's back to the scene of the crime. Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
So, somewhat dubious that they would exert any influence over the man of Scotland Yard at all, we headed back to the scene with Iris's curious note and one of the world's heaviest silver coins in hand. One of the world's heaviest silver coins? That's really weird. Oh my gosh, we're already in the transition stage? Are we already like a third of the way through this chapter? I don't know how it's split up for this one, because I think the last chapter was like, it only had one intermission, I think. But I know the other ones had like 2 intermissions. I don't know.
Thank you for the hydrate.
Well, and the proper stretchy.
I actually need to get myself more water. I will do that during the break. I should have enough to last me until then, I think.
Oh gosh. I don't know if you heard that, but that was my shoulder. Oh gosh. Okay.
That was a good stretch.
Okay, I'll do another hydrate.
It looks as though the police are still here, carrying on with their investigation.
That sounds painful. No, I'm good. I think like, oh, there we go. Like I needed to stretch a little bit more.
Looks as though the police are still here, carrying on with their investigation. Perfect. So let's find Inspector Gregson as quickly as possible.
Yes, and let's see if he'll take a break from his chips to look at the silver tip Iris gave us for him. Okay, hey, here's my get all my information for free card. Inspector Gregson, do you have a moment? Sorry to say I don't. I'm a very busy man. Much too busy to talk to a pair of foreign gadabouts, that's for sure.
We have these for you. A present from Miss Iris Wilson.
What? For me? From her ladyship? What is Iris to you? I am concerned. She is 10. Do you need to take a seat? It's probably nothing bad. I would not expect anything bad from a Phoenix Wright series. Sir, we've waited an entire day. All we want to know is if you like Dino Nuggies. Give us an answer or you will be arrested. We're arresting Gregson. Her ladyship? Give that here at once. Come on, hand it over. That's for me. Don't wait for me to give it to you, will you? What was that coin exactly? It's a silver crown, obviously, but it's a lot more than that. It's an appearance fee, that's what it is.
An appearance fee?
Oh, I see. You mean... I don't see. That's right. For the adventure of Herlock Sholmes, her ladyship always offers me a little financial reward for featuring me. Every time.
Yes, of course. I know all about your exploits, Inspector. I read them avidly.
I'm in line and the wait time just went from 2 minutes to 5. Oh no, what are you in the line for? Are you... I mean, at least it's only a few minutes. Of course, by using my name without my say-so does make me the butt of a lot of unpleasant jokes, but still. Food? Oh no. Hopefully it's good food then. There was a time, during a field trip to like a water park, I had to wait in food for the food stand because I didn't bring myself any food. I waited in line for like an hour to get like, I think like a hot dog. And my friends were like, oh, I thought you like, you know, met up with some other friends and hung out with them. And it's just like, dude, you are my only group of friends. Who would I have talked with? May you rest in pieces, right? This was forever ago. Wanna make a what? A rocket what? What? I feel like I should be concerned. Owned by yourself, Sag, right? Well, it was like in middle school, so like I just had the one group of friends. I was selectively mute in middle school. Of course, her using my name without my say-so does make me the butt of a lot of unpleasant jokes, but still. I am sorry, Inspector. That must be difficult for you. Never mind you that. So, what do you want to know then, eh? Sorry? Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that that won't be a problem, it says. Not gonna explain myself because it'll need more explaining than I... Oh my gosh. Well, obviously it's not a problem. Go on, fire away. What do you want to know?
Well, if you wouldn't mind, Inspector, we'd very much like to know the address of Mr. Natsume's lodgings.
Ah, the little knife-wielding, mustached Japanese fellow? He lives in a right old hovel. It's just right over there, look. Oh, is it the falling apart building? On the first floor of that house in the corner where that wreck of a bicycle is propped up. Just know it was a meme for a while. Weird, because yeah, I don't... Is it like the... Does it involve a drawer normally? Because that's the only thing that I can think of it being referred to.
That is nearby indeed.
If I remember rightly, the landlord is a Mr. John Garadeb. Right, well, if you see her again, you make sure you give her ladyship my regards, you hear? I mean it. You tell her that Gregson sends her his very best wishes. Don't worry, Inspector, we will. Goodbye for now, then. And long live her ladyship.
Well, at least he told us what we wanted to know before he left.
Yes. So then, shall we go and see what we can find in Mr. Natsume's lodgings?
Definitely.
I'm glad that we actually do have these traveling around things. I was almost worried that it wasn't gonna have these little moments. Huh. Very interesting setup. It's actually doing a little bit more well than I thought. Yeah, it was normally a drawer. I've seen everything from he's crying because he found the drawer, and she's crying because I found her tears drawer. Oh no. Okay. So I can imagine it like Sykes like on the ground. He's like he has like his head in his hands, and it's just like, oh no, he found the eggs drawer, the egg shelf of his mini fridge. Hello?
May I help you?
No, I don't want to give her that voice. Yes. Would this be the residence of Mr. John Garadeb? More and more confused from Rocket explaining his obscure reference. Honestly, Crimson, it's normal for Rocket. Sometimes you'll understand and then other times you don't. For this one I know, but I will not explain it myself. Because it's kind of gross. The original's kind of gross. Crying because I found the egg stash. Yeah.
Indeed it would, sir. And who may I say is calling?
My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Mr. Naruhodo is representing Mr. Soseki Natsume. I believe he takes lodging here.
She seemed really happy for a second.
We would very much like to ask him some questions about our client. One moment, please. I shall convey the message to Mr. Garadeb.
Did you see that, Miss Susato? That was a real-life English maid.
I know, and as I understand it, anyone of standing in English society employs a number of household staff.
But that was the first time I've ever seen one in the flesh. Oh, this day keeps getting better. It certainly feels like we've really arrived now, doesn't it?
We need only to find a butler, and the experience will be complete.
Well, I'm not sure if I'd go that far, but I understand the sentiment.
Thank you for waiting. Mr. Garadeb will see you now. This way.
Oh. Huh, I'm gonna look around you real quick. Oh, is that nothing of interest right there? Nothing of interest, right? Okay, was a little low.
Look at that enormous screen. It must have been put there deliberately, surely.
Yes, it certainly seems like someone's trying to hide something from view. What could be behind it, I wonder?
I'm going to have a very quick look, just a little peek. Maybe let's not, Miss Susato.
I learned that whenever someone makes me angry enough, I am fluent in over 4 million forms of... Oh, jeez. Crimson is getting the Orthric... the Orthric Rock experience. I'm very little bit confused the heck out of you because it's a really niche set of knowledge, yeah. It's a...
Yeah, 6 million. Did I say 4? My brain read it as 6.
I assure you. I think the maid is going to head us off with a cup of tea. Okay, I'm just gonna look at a very few things. Whoa, what happened over there?
Oh, look. What a wonderful collection of cakes lined up on that gleaming silver cake stand.
Lined up? It looks like someone has half demolished them to be.
Afternoon tea is a time of indulgence, you know. It is a quite English way. It is Garadeb's custom to take 2 cakes with his tea.
That sounds delightful. Oh, wait, though. There's at least 10 cakes on this cake stand.
Well, naturally, it would never do to waste the leftovers. So whatever Mr. Garadeb doesn't eat, I say to myself, Joan, you shall have to tidy up.
How magnanimous of you. I see. Is your brain on low power mode? Maybe. I don't know. It doesn't feel too low powered. Did you know the teeth on sawfish is not teeth or modified scales? Not only are moth fluff modified scales, but also the teeth on sawfish? Interesting. Look at this crockery on display here. It's rather unnatural, isn't it?
Oh my, a genuine London dresser. Isn't it delightful?
Although the shelves seem to be broken, the crockery is... Oh dear, it's in pieces. It really is. The word cracked wouldn't do that chinaware justice. Like, what happened? Ah, I wonder. Perhaps the cannon was fired at it. Yes, probably something like that, but let's not delve too deeply here. That's the only thing that I could think of, because they're all like... Unless that's just his broken dishes collection. I'm just gonna look at the apron that's on the cannon, but they're probably not gonna pay attention to the apron. It's a full-size cannon. What's it doing here?
Oh my, it's real. I thought it might be a replica.
That old thing? Bah, that's a little more than a toy.
Sorry?
The army was selling it off when I retired, so I decided to give it a new home. Never knew when the enemy might attack next. Jolly useful to have a cannon about the house.
Really?
It isn't overkill? Be prepared, I always say. You never know what this twisted world is going to throw at you next, boy.
Do you think there may be trouble brewing, Mr. Garadeb?
Always is. Take Joan here. Never fails to have a clean apron in in reserve. Dries them over the barrel, you see.
Ah, okay.
They dry very well on the cannon there, Joan tells me, which rather proves my point, I feel.
It's been reduced to a drying rack. No wonder the huge cannon looks like it's hanging its head in shame.
Rip. Okay. I think I've looked at what I wanted to look at. Oh, I can't show you my badge. Oh wait, no, I have to actually look at you first. That makes sense. Good day to you. Joan Garadab at your service. Or John Garadab.
John and Joan. Pleased to meet you, sir. This is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. He's a defense lawyer.
Do excuse me not getting up. I took a shot to the knee a few years back in the Battle of my wand, don't you know. Earned a medal for my pains, but to withdraw from service, handed over the reins to the up-and-comings.
He's a retired soldier.
It's a hell of a job getting up and down stairs now, I can tell you. Don't get out much, as you can imagine.
Yes, it's quite a climb up here to the second floor, isn't it? I was panting at the top of the stairs. You really must take more exercise, Mr. Naruhodo. Do you think so? Well, Mr. Garadeb, no doubt you were very courageous to earn yourself a medal.
Own a musket for home defense, since that's what the founding fathers intended. I mean, in Europe, though? Or in England, specifically? I don't know if the rules were the same back then. For ruffians breaking down. Oh, no. Oh, it was nothing. The medal's just a folderol, really. Wouldn't like to offend the general, though, so I grudgingly displayed it on my wall. Why don't you fetch it down, Joan? Let these good people see it properly. Joan, fetch the... Dash it all, woman, be careful!
Oh, dearie me, I do beg your pardon, sir.
You jolly nearly took the skin off my hands.
I shall be more careful, sir.
So anyway, there you have it. Living the quiet life now.
Yes, I see.
Now then, I hear you want to know about the chap lodging downstairs, is that right? Alex, what for? I have, something, I'm sure.
Yes, we would be very grateful if you could answer some questions for us.
Only too pleased, naturally, especially if it helps to keep the peace here in Blightly. It's like, I don't... Guns are scary. I only have, like, one thing that's gun adjacent, and it's a figure. Not only is it a figure, it's a, it's like a replica thing. I want to show it on screen, like, really quick. Because it's really cute. Okay. Hopefully I can have this on screen somewhere. Oh no, I'm gonna have to save it. I don't have the psychopath thing. No, I don't. Okay, this might take up the screen by me doing this. I'm not 100% sure. Let me do it this way. So, most of the time, it didn't show. Okay, let me... I added something to the top, and the image did not show up. This is the most American... Right, I'm just... No, like, just wait. It's not what you're thinking. I'm like trying to have it in a way that it'll show up without actually like saving the image. Okay, there we go. So this is what it looks like majority of the time. I don't know why it shows like that. But I got this. This is what she's on display as. But she can also transform. Why did it show up like that? It can turn into this. It's the Moi Moi Sukyun from Akiba Ranger. It was the first Sentai show that I watched and really liked. It's the Moi Moi Sukyun. And it makes noises. I can. It's kind of high up, but I can probably grab it if you guys want to hear it. No, but it's still very big. This is the closest it'll get. I promise you. I have a claymore for home defense. Is the last thing you expect a parasite. Okay, let me go ahead and take those off screen. Do it? Okay, I will. Give me 1 second. My tracking will break. But let me grab it. We'll go back to the investigation here in a second. Oh gosh. Okay. I think the batteries are still on here. Let me see. Yeah, and then it, and then if you, I think, hold it down. But yeah, that's the closest thing to a gun thing that I have. And it's not even. Just someone shows up and I'm like, and I just pull that out. It's like, don't make me do it. And it's just like, so cute. Yippee! Hit him with the 5G. Also, apologies. That might have sounded like really bad on the mic, but like, I don't know. I really like it. I got it pre-owned and I love her. Stare at them while you do it. Okay, anyway, we formed an alliance with the entire Empire of Japan recently, as I'm sure you're aware. So this case is very much in the public eye, as it were. Oh, is it? Just not really even paying attention to this man's. Even had some famous detective poking around, you know, in this old house. Would you believe? Yes, Mr. Herlock Shelms. Could have been. Didn't catch the chap's name. Not really my cup of tea, all that detective business. Oh, but you have a copy of Rand's magazine here, so...
Anyway, the chap's investigating the foreigner's room as we speak.
So he's in Saseki-san's room. If I get held a gun waifu point. Especially if I don't even have it in like the gun form, if I just have it in the figure form. And you're just getting an upskirt of the Moi Moi Sukyun, and you're just like, I came into the wrong house. It's a bully nuisance is what it is. The whole neighborhood's twitching its curtains now. I don't like all this fuss. It's jolly unsettling. Jolly unsettling. About Mr. Natsume. Because it's like, I usually have it just in the girl form and not in the gun form. So instead of being like, okay, just give me 1 second and having like all the parts like morph into the gun shape, like just hold on 1 second. Creak, 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 creak. I would just like be... Anyway, about Mr. Natsume then, Mr. Garadeb, please do tell us. Oh yes, the Japanese chap. Only been lodging here for a week. Oh, just 1 week? So he moved in very recently then. I have 2 lodgers most of the time, one on the ground floor and one just above us. The first floor room became available a week ago. You see, there'd been...
Dash it all, Joan, do be careful. Oh, my goodness, I'm terribly sorry, sir.
If you want to know my opinion...
I thought he was a shady sort from the moment I set eyes on him.
Her face looks so soft. Like I feel like it would feel like mochi. I want to get a get you a G1 Megatron or Shockwave toy now, just so you have two. I mean, I'm sure there'll be like something that shows up, because I would want it to be something that I would like. Just imagine, like, someone shows up and like, not only do I pull out the Moe Moe Zakun, but I also, this is something that I don't have, but I do want. There are some like pre-owned things of it, but it's the belt from Kamen Rider Double. So not only do you hear the Moe Moe Zakun like transformation sound music, but you also hear like Cyclone Joker. Oh, why?
He seemed to have a most dangerous disposition, always shaking, looking over his shoulder. The man had shady written all across his sweat-soaked brow, if you ask me. I said it to myself, Joan, that man is terrible. Sooner or later, he's going to do something untoward. And I'm rarely wrong about anything.
We won't be calling this maid as a witness, that's for sure.
Was there anything else that struck you as suspicious about the man at all?
Volley, your Hatsune Miku collection, you have a random Megatron, right? I mean, if it helps, I have like a tiny figure of Kamen Rider Double on my VTuber shelf. You know, I have Hatama, I have Gura, I have two Pekoras, I have Nyanners and Mousy, and then I have W. Or I have Double, depending on how you want to pronounce it. And then eventually I'll have Keisan once she's not only pre-orderable, but also released.
Which reminds me, I need to pre-order the Rebecca Nendo. Yes, indeed, there was.
And she's dying to tell us.
Shady Lodger.
Had you noticed anything else at all about your lodger, Mr. Natsume? What was that anime with the rabbit furry Hatsune Miku? What? I feel like you're gonna have to have a little bit more description with the rabbit furry Hatsune Miku in it. What? I'm trying to think of animes with bunny characters in it. It was funny because even the English dude, she still spoke Japanese, or in the English dub. Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea what you're referring to. Someone say bunny. Yeah, Rocket was saying there's an anime that has a rabbit furry Miku in it, and it's like, I don't think I know what you're talking about. I'll see if I can find it. I'll DM you a photo of her. Okay, I'll try.
Oh my word, yes, the man was shadier than an orchard.
Interesting.
Yeah. Could you elaborate? Well, take the man's room. Absolutely stuffed full of books it is, more than anyone could ever read. And he never so much as passes the time of day with another living soul. I haven't seen a single visitor call. He just trots off in that old bookshop every single day and comes back at 5 to light the gas fire. And the funny little man is up long past the time everyone else in the house has gone to bed too.
Oh, I see.
Gentleman on the ground floor goes to bed at around 9 each night, but I've never known that Japanese fellow to retire any earlier than 2 in the morning.
I mean, that's how it be sometimes.
Could you clarify something, I wonder? What, pray? How do you know so much about Mr. Natsume's routine?
Yeah, if you don't know that he goes to bed any earlier than 2, that means that you're up later than him.
Oh! I'd understood that neither of the lodgers live on this floor of the house. Is that correct?
That's right, yes. They're both below us on the first floor on the street level.
Then how is it that you know so much about the lives of your lodgers? The precise times that they come back in the evening, for example. Even the times they go to bed.
He wasn't even talking! Good grief, Joan. Be more careful, woman.
Oh, goodness, sir. I'm terribly sorry, sir.
Something doesn't add up here. How about the incident 2 days ago? It seems that the incident took place around 5 in the evening. Did you happen to look out of the window at around that time? The window.
Yes, we noticed that the window over there looks over Briar Road. The incident took place on the pavement just on the far side of the street. Was there anyone suspicious loitering nearby?
5 o'clock is dinner time in the Garadeb household, so I'm afraid I don't remember seeing anything. How about you, Joan?
No, sir. It would have been dusk outside already at the hour. And with the fog as well, I should think that it would have been quite impossible to see the other side of the road.
Oh, I see.
Did you notice anything out of the ordinary then?
Such as?
Anything at all, even if it seems unrelated.
Well, yes? Was there something then? Well, it's nothing particularly significant at all around the same time here. For the love of God, Joan, watch what you're doing.
Oh, dearie me, what have I done? I'm awfully sorry, sir.
Do be more careful, woman.
Of course, sir. If I may, Mr. Narrow Hollow.
Yes?
I have an exceedingly good memory as far as I remember. Nothing of any significance took place here at that hour. Nothing at all.
Oh, really? Mr. Garadeb? The way you were talking before, it sounded rather like there might have been. Oh, well, as I was saying, it was a trifling matter, really. Nothing. Joan, dash it all, what is the matter with you, woman?
Begging your pardon, sir. Nothing happened.
Yes, nothing happened. We sat down to quite an uneventful meal, Joan?
That's right, Mr. Garadeb.
What is the matter with these two?
It sounds like something happened here in this room on the evening of the incident, but what?
I wish I knew. Ooh, okay, the room. Because I'm thinking either the burn mark that's down behind the divider, or the broken silverware that's on the side of the wall. Could you tell us which floor Mr. Natsume's room is on? Well, certainly, just below us on the first floor. Interesting, I thought he was on the floor above. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
And Mr. Sholmes is investigating there, even as we speak?
How did we not pass him? Yes, told me Not's his name, had asked him to look into the matter, so I gave him the key.
Mr. Natsume? Oh, okay, I see. Mr. Natsume has engaged Mr. Holmes' services?
That's a blatant lie. Would it be alright if we had a look around? In Mr. Natsume's room, I mean. Don't see why not. It's just down one flight of stairs. Who knows if we'll find anything that could help us with the case, but we have to try.
We need all the clues we can lay our hands on, shall we? Yes, and while we're there, we can speak with Mr. Sholmes again. Perhaps he'll be able to help us or tell us more.
Okay, well, bye. You two have fun with your weirdness.
There's a cat in there? There's a kitty. There's a lucky cat, too.
Okay. What? Just look at this place. And smell it. It's so musty in here. I suppose it's the mountain of old books that are responsible for that.
I don't think I've ever seen so many books in my life.
No, me neither. It's so dark in here, too. Is that the window over there? Well, it was the window, I think, yes. Once upon a time. But for some reason, it's been closed up with bricks and mortar. So this is where Mr. Natsume lives.
By the way, I haven't spotted Mr. Sholmes anywhere, have you?
No, that's true, but according to what Mr. Darrageb told us, the great detective should be around here somewhere investigating. Oh no, is he like buried under some books? Let me see. I want to look at the cat.
Oh, big stretch. Oh no! Oh my! What an adorable little cat! Perhaps he's looking after all the books while his master is away.
I don't know about that. He disappeared into that pile of books as quick as a flash. It wasn't a tricolor Mikke, was it? Or wasn't it? Or it was, rather. Do they even have that sort of cat here in Great Britain?
Perhaps Mr. Natsume brought the little creature with him from Japan.
That's made me feel homesick now.
Oh, already? We've only been in the country for 2 days.
Yeah, but we were traveling for more than that. Okay. Well, I'm sure after we look around a little bit more, he'll show up.
Oh, look! It's a beckoning cat from home.
It's a bit big and bulky, isn't it? Surely Mr. Natsume didn't bring that Maneki Neko all the way from Japan with him.
I hardly think you're in a position to comment, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you forgetting the enormous Daruma doll that you brought in your luggage?
Well, it can be dangerous traveling abroad. I wanted a lucky charm.
Well, I imagine Mr. Natsume wanted the same, and this cat is sure to beckon good luck to him.
It's not doing a very good job so far, is it?
You mustn't say such things.
I didn't say a word. Why are my eyes such a giveaway? I'm trying to think of, like, I'm still trying to think of the character that, like, Rocket brought up, of just, like, the bunny girl, Miku. Is it? I feel like I'm, like, vaguely seeing her in my mind, and I don't know the title of it. I think I know the theme of it is the thing. Just from heckin', what is it? From like one of those medleys. It was like I think that's it. It's a oh okay. If it's a Netflix original, then it's not that at all. I think I'm still here. I've just been asleep. Oh no,
just taking a little nap. It's okay.
No, oh no. Sans is gonna sleep with you apparently with that too. Or not with, but like also as well. Look at all these balls of paper on the floor. There are notes scrawled all over them in English. It looks like the waste paper basket is so full they've just fallen out.
I think Mr. Natsume must have been deeply immersed in his research, don't you think?
Or deeply adverse to tidying up his mess.
I wouldn't like to speculate which is closer to the truth.
It's probably a mix of both. It probably was a thing of like it started one way and then it ended the other.
Shit. Here we go again.
Oh no. No. Don't lay eggs in people's fridges. That desk seems to be wedged into the crevasse between the mountains of books on either side. I suppose Mr. Natsume would sit there and read while stroking his cat, but surrounded by all sides by those towering old tomes, surely he dreamt of books every night as well.
Yes, he must have done, mustn't he?
Oh, what's this?
It's a receipt from a second-hand bookshop. Your books.
Oh, yes. Mr. Natsume's name is on it. Look, and the date of purchase. 2 days ago at 4:45 p.m. That's the day of the incident. That's gonna help us, I think. Oops, I pressed the wrong button.
That's just a short while before he was embroiled in the terrible attack. He must have been on his way back from buying some old books.
The second-hand book receipt has been entered into the court record. Okay, that's gonna help us. That's gonna absolutely help us. I don't know exactly for what, but it's absolutely gonna help us. Better eggs in your fridge than me in your bed. Probably. Look at all those books stacked up there. They almost reach the ceiling.
They're all works of English literature, and they all smell so musty.
With this volume of books to hand, you'd never be short of reading material, would you?
No, what a dreamy idea.
A bad dream, maybe. For me, at least. I like how Sans has rolled a 2 and then a 19. Oh no! Oh no, Sean! You'll be back in a minute. Mind you, I don't imagine the book that's at the bottom of the pile now will ever be read again.
Oh, so reading it is an experience that comes but once in a lifetime, just as the tea ceremony teaches us.
I certainly didn't expect the conversation to turn down the path of tea ceremony philosophy. I really, oh, hi. Get 219s, I'm scared, right?
Ah, look, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, nice, an 18. Ah, there he is. Where did he appear from?
He seems to be engrossed in the pages of an old book. I hope he won't mind if we disturb him. Hello, Mr. Sholmes!
Ah, you two, good day. Now, let me see, where was it that we met?
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, we were together on the SS Buria.
Yes, of course, the Buria. And let me see, what happened on that voyage? It was Kazuma Asogi. He died tragically, but you were a great help to us. No, Sans! He was able to get a no out, like, right before the one. Right before he was timed out. No! He died tragically, but you were a great help to us. Ah, yes, but of course. The case of Mr. Asogi. It was the one with the snake, wasn't it?
Oh!
Well, you seem to remember something of it, at least. What an honor to be remembered vaguely by the great Herlock shows. This is Mr... No, my dear madam, hold your tongue. I pride myself on my superior powers of recollection. Your names are safely recorded in my brain attic. I love his startle animation he has on the bow, right? Mr. Naruhodo, or Miss Naruhodo, and Mr. Susato. Try the other way around, Mr. Sholmes. I lose the first round. In truth, I had hoped to invite you both to my Baker Street suite the day we arrived in London, but some Scotland Yarders ambushed me at the railway station and whisked me away to a crime scene. It was an entirely trivial case, of course. I solved the matter in no more than 30 minutes. So they apprehended Soseki-san in that short of amount of time? I'm afraid the pursuance of a new case has dulled my recollection of my past involvements a little. A little. It is a mistake to think that one's brain attic has elastic walls and can distend to any extent. I do my best to forget useless facts, lest they should elbow out the useful ones. Interesting. I just managed to say no, but then I done got poofed, right? Yes, those are my own words of inimitable wisdom, you know, from an adventure entitled A Study in Scarlet. Please, there's no need to quote yourself. I don't always remember my pearls of wisdom, but fortunately my associate pens them beautifully. He means Iris, I suppose.
Mr. Sholmes, we have some extremely important questions to ask you about the trivial case you just mentioned.
Goodness, what an earnest expression. My dear madam, I should only be too pleased, and this murky room is an apt place to discuss the murky case. Okay. Hey, I don't remember if I showed you this on the boat, but... Mr. Naruhodo, please. Despite aspirations of the contrary, I am a professional. If I am to unleash my deductive powers on that trinket, I must ask for a sum of £3 in cash. Oh, I don't need you to make any deductions about it. I was just wondering if you might know. Mr. Naruhodo, as a professional, I insist that if I am to offer my opinion on that trinket, I must ask for a sum of £3 in cash.
I believe Mr. Sholmes has his eye on an expensive copy of the complete works of Shakespeare.
Yes, to stand on the stage amid rapturous applause. It has long been a dream of mine, as you know. I literally had no idea. Okay, so nothing for the armband. That's fine. About the arrest. We know this to be the lodgings of a Japanese foreign student by the name of Soseki Natsume. It seems that you assisted in his arrest, Mr. Sholmes, for the stabbing of a young woman outside here on Briar Road. Natsume. Yes, I believe it was the name rather along those lines.
But Mr. Natsume denies it. Was it really justifiable to arrest him on so little?
I'm sorry, Miss Susato, but I have not the slightest idea what you mean.
What?
I can't believe he was looking Susato-san squarely in the eye while feigning ignorance. I assure you, I am not merely for feigning ignorance. It would appear as if the pair of you are under some misapprehension. Oh? How? I assure you, I have no recollection of accusing your stooped compatriot of the crime. But that doesn't make sense. The good detective of Scotland Yard made the following request of me, and I quote verbatim. We need you to ascertain the identity and whereabouts of a man seen fleeing the crime scene. Ah, a man seen fleeing. There were a number of books scattered on the pavement at the scene. From the book plates, I was quickly able to determine the bookshop from which they had been purchased. On speaking with the proprietor, I was immediately led to this address. Elementary, wouldn't you say? I believe there is a receipt around here somewhere from the establishment in question. So you don't think Mr. Natsube is the culprit at all? Then? That I could not tell you. But it was aggravating my faculties, hence why I returned here. However, this place is such a trove of fascinating books, I found myself lost quite in bibliography. Bleh. Meh. Do not be deceived into believing that I am a man of leisure. No, no, no.
Oh dear.
Blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. Ah, tell me, have you encountered the landlord of these lodgings? Yes, Mr. Garadeb, a retired military man.
It was the first time I've ever met a soldier from the Great British Institution that is in the services.
And was the first time I ever met a maid from the Great Britain Institution that is the service. I didn't think it was that funny. I do apologize. As you may well be aware, many households in London employ a maid.
Yes, I read as much as my Great Britain primer.
And so conversely, whether or not a household employs a maid has come to betoken the social standing of those dwelling therein. Betoken their social standing? Sorry? Put simply, my dear fellow, those who employ at least a single maid are considered middle class. Those who do not are beneath that. In the upper echelons of society, of course, households employ enough staff to constitute a large family.
Goodness, how extraordinary.
As you can appreciate, for those of the precarious boundary between the middle and the lower classes, being able to afford just one maid is of the first importance. I had no idea. And that is for precisely that reason that I find great stimulation in the situation upstairs, specifically in the retired army veteran, Mr. John Garadeb. Oh? Affable as he is, the fellow is hiding something. Whether or not it imposes on the circumstances of this case, I am as yet unable to ascertain. I'm thoroughly lost on what he means to say. The dingy room. Or dingy, I suppose. This room is thoroughly suffocating for the soul, my dear fellow. I assure you, any man whose lot is to dwell in a place such as this will stab someone sooner or later.
Mr. Natsume has stabbed no one.
Ah, but sooner or later, as I said.
I don't believe that's the issue here.
About this dark little room, Mr. Sholmes. Why is there no longer a window? Do you have any idea? No window. Well, I mean, I can clearly see that there is a window of sorts, but it's been completely blocked with bricks. Ah, I see. The answer to that question is quite simple. Window tax. Oh my gosh, they're actually gonna be bringing it up. Window tax? What is that? The maid stabbed her and blamed it on the student. That's why she kept spilling the coffee or tea. Maybe. That or like, I don't know, they're related in some way.
Surely not a tax on windows.
Precisely that. Oh my goodness. Until relatively recently, a tax was levied on households in this country by a number of their windows. Those of lesser means having inherited a sizable and costly family home, perhaps rapidly closed windows up, while the rich opened windows here and there and everywhere, in an effort to curry favor for those in power by furnishing them with large sums of money.
How awful and unjust, forcing people to live in rooms devoid of light.
Indeed, disease was rife as a result. So, for some 40 years ago or thereabouts, the window tax was abolished, but its legacy remains, as you can see. Its squalid lodgings, such as these, for example. I suppose Mr. Natsume's stipend for living here in London isn't very generous, perhaps. It would appear so. I've done a little digging, and discovered that these lodgings were offered at an extraordinarily low price.
Because the room is so awful, I should think.
Apparently Mr. Natsume only moved in here about 1 week ago. Yes, that's correct. However, I don't believe the low rent is explained by the shabby nature of this accommodation.
Oh?
Still, that is of little relevance here. A matter not worthy of further attention. Also, I just realized his room is in this kind of state within a week? Within a week? Are you sure? I'm curious now. Well, I believe I've told you all I can now. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Was it not your intention to become a practitioner of law? You remembered that, did you? Will you perhaps be offering your services in this very matter, I wonder? To the occupant of this room, Mr. Natsume, was it? I am not sure. Not sure. On what grounds? Well, I actually defended someone in court here only yesterday. Understandable, he's a poet tacked with writing the local learning, yeah. I don't know. I feel like maybe like a month would make more sense. But I don't know. Really? Well then, I congratulate you, sir, on an ambition realized, and so promptly, too. The thing is, it's really made me question things. Am I right to believe in my clients? To trust in their innocence? Yes. Trust. Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Natsume didn't do it, did he? My dear fellow, I haven't the first idea. Oh, but I thought that's why you were here. Didn't you come back to investigate? Yes, that was indeed my initial intention, but there are simply too many fascinating books here. I couldn't possibly ignore them. Oh, I see. Nevertheless, there are two facts that I can state quite unequivocally. The man who has fled the scene of the crime 2 days ago was the Japanese occupant of this room, and there are witnesses who swear to having seen the same man commit the crime. That is all I can say. Ah, and one more thing.
Oh, what is it, Mr. Sholmes? Tell us.
I cannot say with any certainty whether or not it is of relevance to this case, but I am quite sure that the retired army man who owns this property is hiding something. Mr. Garadeb is? Mr. Sholmes said as much before, actually, didn't he? Anyway, at present, that is really all that plays on my mind in relation to this case.
Mr. Naruhodo, as yet our investigations have uncovered nothing that could help establish Mr. Natsume's innocence.
No, you're right. Perhaps it's time we probed a little deeper into Mr. Garadeb's secret. Just remember, I cannot be sure whether the landlord's secret will prove to be of relevance or not. But I wish you every success, of course, Mr. Naruhodo. A busy man indeed. He's gone back to his book in the corner of the room. Like, honestly, like this setup, as long as the books are stable, I feel like it would be really cozy. Okay, so I guess we go back to Garadeb's room? Yes. Something has changed. Something has happened. Ah, you pair again. Tell me, was the detective chap, I forget his name, still hard at work down there? Less stable would be more exciting. For me, no. I would be like, ah!
Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
Have you ever had dreams about your future that actually happen?
Very rarely. I know my elf has that happen a lot, and then sometimes Peach will get that too.
But for me, it's like very rarely, I think. And it's like for very just like, it's very few and far between, and very like, just like very small snippets.
Ah, yes. Rings a vague bell. All that detective business isn't really my thing, I'm afraid. Well, Mr. Sholmes is in his element down there. Jolly good show.
When I was in kindergarten, I had many dreams about the future, and they always happen. My goodness. Yeah, I only have a few, and it's usually just like the downtime parts of my dreams, where I'm just I'm like sitting in a call or something, and like something very specific happened in a dream, and that something very specific happens in real life, or like, I think I got a sense of that like the other day, but I don't remember what it was for exactly. Very frequently, but it's more of a case my mind races so much I inevitably get things right. ADHD itself is always doing something in my dream, right? Most of my dreams are like very like fantasy based. Like not many of them are based in like real life, but every now and again there'll be like a scene that happens later in life. Another cup of tea, if you please, Joan. Now then, why don't you tell me what... For the umpteenth time, woman, would you watch what you're bolly well doing?
I should be serving dinner shortly, sir.
Yes, of course. Frightfully rude of me, but I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to take your leave, if you'd be so kind. Most of my dreams either fit into 3 categories: death, future, or random. Most of mine are random. My dreams usually don't allow me to die. If I get into danger, my dream is just like, hold up, we gotta rewind a little bit, make a different decision.
Oh yes, of course.
And it's like, it's really weird because it'll automatically do that, and then I don't even think about it until it's just like, wait, I saw this like not too long ago, what?
We are deeply grateful for all your assistance.
Not at all, not at all. Don't get much chance to talk with young foreigners like yourself. It's been a pleasure. Best of luck and all that. Perhaps you could see yourself out.
According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garradab is hiding something, and since no other avenues of investigation seem open to us at the moment, perhaps we should do some digging.
Oh, hi, Sholmes. I see you over there.
What you doing? What you doing, Sholmes?
You know, sometimes you have dreams about falling but wake up before hitting the ground. I usually don't. I have those moments where like I'm trying to fall asleep, and like right before I fall asleep, I like have that impact, but I don't have a dream before that. A dragon getting fantasy dreams. Who would have seen that? Like a dream of weightlessness in a far, fast, calming void that reminds me of home, a place I belong, but I've never known. I mean, it makes sense. I know there was one that was like my elf every now and again will be like, I don't understand how you're able to tell your dreams apart from reality, and it's just like because there's not a GTA SpongeBob game. It's like I don't know Denki Kaminari from My Hero Academia. He's not a real life person. Like, I don't... Huh? I see the aftermath of the fall. Oh no. I don't know what my random dream was. Sure. Oh, what's he doing over there?
Mr. Sholmes?
Aha! We meet again, my dear fellows. Good gracious, when did you sneak in here? Herlock Sholmes, sir, at your service. The SpongeBob game, I kind of want to see what's going on in that head of yours. Right? Well, it was like, I remember it was like very foggy. I think it was implied that it took place in Rock Bottom almost, but like they were driving like the Krabby Patty car around. SpongeBob and Patrick were there. I remember the graphics for it like weren't that good, so it was probably like PlayStation 2 generation, like shovelware looking almost. But it was definitely like a GTA clone type of thing. But yeah, it's just whenever my elf asks me how I'm able to tell dreams apart from reality, it's just like, very easily? Like there's you can't hit rock bottom if you already live there, right? Also, I'm very interested in seeing the Power Wash Simulator SpongeBob DLC. I feel like it's gonna be really fun. Is there a date for that coming out? I low-key had a dream where I was someone shoving me in. Oh my gosh. I would be terrified. Are you okay after that dream? Honestly, I haven't had a nightmare in like forever. Because at one point when I was younger, I trained myself to, if I was having a bad dream, I would like blink really fast. And that's helped me. However, if my eyes are closed for like too long in a dream, that'll also boot me out. I won't say why that's an issue, but I've accidentally woken myself out of good dreams. I was in a zombie apocalypse. It floods the area. We have a fight battle like a video game. Some random guy says I'm going to California with a zombie chasing him. I fall asleep in my dream. When I wake up, then I start doing DM Minecraft parkour and fight him as the final boss. Oh no. Oh yeah, aren't they doing the Warhammer DLC for Power Wash? I think that's a thing. I get nightmare when I get really stressed. Yeah, with me, I haven't had that nightmare in like forever. I can't remember my last nightmare. Probably because I just don't take them seriously now. So I'm just like, aha. The only other nightmare I've had was being chased by the Hat Man. See the Hat Man all the time. The space dreams I have wasn't me playing into my character. It's actually a thing I often dream of. I can't remember my last dream. I also don't know my last dream. I'm pretty sure I dreamt something, but I don't know what. Whatever you were doing over by the window. I am given to watching the evening sky as the sun sets, madam. Yet sadly, cheerful as the room downstairs undoubtedly is, it lacks an aperture for such observation. I took the liberty of borrowing a small corner of space by the window up there. Well, keeping an eye to one's windows at dusk is the prudent thing to do in London, I'm gathering. All I know is I have nightmares often. I don't remember them. Well, I guess it's for the best to not be able to remember the nightmares. I definitely had nightmares like a lot growing up. There was one that was like a Halloween-based one that like I've always remembered that I was like in I'm in a family home. And like we were looking through like Halloween like costume things or like Halloween things in general, and I hear like a scream down the hall, like either in the bathroom or like my parents' room or something, and we're just like, oh, okay. And then like time goes by and like my mom is like setting me down to sleep or whatever, and then like my dad just comes in with like a mask and an axe, and I like have to hide under my bed as he's chopping at my bed, and it's just like that's stuck with me for like years. I'm pretty sure like a Simpsons House of Horrors episode influenced that dream. But like it's just stayed in my mind ever since. I had a dream where I was me racing, but I was in the game and I was always first, and I think I played for hours in my dream. See, that sounds fun. And one other thing, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, me? I thought perhaps you might be in need of a certain great detective's great mind. Wait, he's not talking about... Is he... I didn't expect to be going through that again so soon. Oh, your last nightmare was today? Oh no. Do you mean Mr. Sholmes? There is a mighty secret in this modest room. My eyes see even the most trivial of trifles. I take it you are prepared, Mr. Naruhodo. I think so. There is just time enough for one of my greatly admired great deductions. Let us conclude the matter before dark. Okay. Let's figure it out before break. Mr. Garadeb, although it would seem you are a military man of considerably distinguished service. Actually, I think this will take less than half an hour now that I think about it. Your standing as a landlord is most certainly not what one might call first rate. I'm afraid, sir, that it is all too clear to me. There are two conclusions that I have been able to draw by careful observation of your living arrangements. I beg your pardon? The first is that even as we speak, you are concealing the presence of a ferocious beast in your care. And the second is that as a result of the beast's violent rampage, you have lost something very dear to you.
Mr. Naruhodo, look! The old man's broken out in a cold sweat.
So my math teacher got mad I wasn't paying attention. I zone out a lot, and all I remember is that it is like cold and drowning and we don't live near water is what scares me the most. Oh gosh. Sense of time as fluid as the oceans. Stars die and are born in a matter of seconds. Millions of years pass in the blink of an eye. When eyes open, everything is different. Beautiful time loses all meaning.
I don't know what you're referencing, Rocket. I'm sorry.
You know the Mandela catalog? I have dreams where I'm in it and all people are chasing me right now. Or chasing me. Oh no. Unbelievably, it seems Mr. Shum's conclusions are both spot on. How could you possibly... Learned the best saying I've ever heard. Oh yeah? How could I possibly know? No, you mean to inquire. The answer couldn't be simpler, sir. For in the dense jungle of logic and reasoning, I am the king of beasts. And I know only too well that wild beasts are not easily tamed. So, shall we begin? Once again, Miss Sherlock Holmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Life is like a bush of roses. You always pick the best of the bunch. Interesting. When I was up, those same characters are still chasing me. Oh no! It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that a fearsome beast had been on the rampage of late within these four walls. I know there was like the book that I'm reading had like a really wild saying, and I kind of want to pull that up like before we get too close into this, because we know that not all of this stuff is going to be exactly correct. Just need to know when I sent it to my elf. It must have been before. There we go. It was like, it takes a lot to pay, it is a lot to pay for a clean conscience. Clean conscience is expensive. It's the reason most men have to live paycheck to paycheck. Like, I don't know. I liked the saying. Thus we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? Oh, he's looking. Ah, for a man with a military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. My head on board, I don't get paychecks yet. Oh no! Your furtive glance, Mr. Garadeb, leads us directly to the answer. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that lion statue. I wonder if it's the bullets that are on the mantle. Which, those are kind of a bad place to put those, aren't they? Still looking for a job. Yeah, it's rough out there. I wish you the best. Whoops. This was the face I was meaning to do. I wish you the best. Cause yeah, it's definitely rough out there. Not best place to put him, it's fine, totally. Yes, though a military man, you appear imposing at best. A fact that has felled your admiration for the mighty king, the king of beasts. What is this piffle, I ask you? In the end, your admiration became so great, in fact, that you had a living, breathing specimen shipped from India, which you tried to keep in this very house. What? Oh, Oh, we see a little bit of the mark on his face. Yet living with such a wild beast proved more difficult than you had imagined. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence.
Well,
Yet, as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam?
me?
I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me that with one glance in your direction,
It is?
your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue as to what the beast's current whereabouts. From protruding from this is a handbill advertising a circus show.
Ah,
Yes, you sought to dispose of this terrifying lion, Mr. Garadeb, at Batty's Circus, a traveling show currently sojourning in a nearby park. I have observed the tents. You sold the savage lion, sir, to the circus troupe. I most certainly did not. I believe I have made my point. The fearsome beast which ran amok in this room was an Indian lion. And a simple visit to the circus now will reveal the lion prancing jubilantly through a ring of fire. Okay. Okay, Mr. Sholmes. Aftermath. Now, Mr. Garadeb. It is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Like, not even going into like questioning his thing. I'm pretty sure it's the maid that's being technically the beast. I think that's pretty clear. Indeed, in that blithe pose, the distress this loss has caused you is veritably tangible. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that supporting arm. Amidst fits of tears, you let your beloved beast go. The strain of losing something so dear to you is clearly visible in your visage. Nonsense, man, I simply... But what, you must now ask ourselves, is the true case of this pain? And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Totally not the bucket that she was looking at. Yes, it is this pile of bills that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Every envelope contains another demand for payment. For cartloads of meat, potatoes, wheat, and tea. Indeed, feeding your beloved has had a devastating impact on the financial circumstances of your household. And so you had no choice but to let it go. Yes, well, Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack.
Unimaginable?
The aftermath of which can clearly be seen by observing the carpet over there. A very expensive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, dearie me.
What could have caused such a destructive outburst? I send you a Tricin quote I heard earlier. Okay. This time, madam, I'm afraid that it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Let's see. I don't see the quote. Or I don't see you sending me a thing. unless Twitter's just being sassy with me, which I wouldn't put it past it. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the Tower of Cakes. The cakes set it on fire. It's a YouTube link. Well, it would have been... Okay, it just didn't message me about it. Oh, you sent it twice. Okay, I might look it up on the break. Okay. Yes. There is no creature more dangerous on this earth than the beast with an unsatiable appetite. Was it or was it not once said by a certain noblewoman, if they have no bread, let them eat cake? Food is at the heart of all tragedy, in fact.
Whatever do you mean?
Having tired of the taste of cake, a beast began to stalk its next prey. I'm sure I need not spell out the nature of this final act of destruction carried out by the beast. There is only one logical conclusion. Worked into a frenzy by hunger, the lion attacked and ate the carpet. The teeth marks on the carpet are a perfect match with those of a lion once I saw in India. Okay, Mr. Sholmes. They just hated eating the cake so much they ate the carpet. It's fine. That's normal lion behavior. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this beastly puzzle. They're both like, what? Why'd you do that? What is the matter with you, Joan? You're pouring scalding hot tea all over me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Garadeb. I'm afraid I didn't notice.
My deductions can be startlingly sharp. It stands to reason that your cup runneth over. Indeed, my revelation can make people spill tears at times, too. Oh. Mr. Sholmes, sorry to butt in, but could you make an observation? Or could I make one? Also found the rabbit Hatsune Miku. Oh, okay. I was just gonna say, you just sent me. What is that? That is a bunny Miku, yep. I have no idea what series that is though, but that is absolutely a bunny Miku. Okay. Why certainly, Mr. Nadahodo. What is it again? Well, your deduction just now, do you really think a lion would have fit inside a room of this size? Indeed. It is the only explanation for the facts. Somehow got lucky and passed my regent exams. Oh, nice! Good to hear. Like I said, she's a rabbit for real. Wasn't even clear enough. Well, I was thinking like it was just, I don't know. Some people have different levels of what a furry is. Some people think that just like kimono mimis are furries, when it's just like they just have the ears, maybe a tail, and that's it. And it's just like that's not really a furry though. But yeah, you were serious. The terrifying truth all too often lies beyond the realms of common sense. But it wouldn't be an idea to consider what lies inside the realm of common sense as well. Yeah, no, no, if it was, I think if it was just a bunny girl, Miku, you probably would have said that instead of furry. I would agree. I would argue those are not furries, but some people I know would argue against me that they are furries, right? Like with me, it's just like, if they just have like animal ears and maybe the tail, that's not a furry. That is a kimono mimi. That's just a cat girl. That's not a furry. If they have like paws for like their hands and feet, like that's kind of getting closer into the territory, but I think that's like not quite. I think it depends, honestly. It's like it's in like a gray area. But anything more than that, then that's getting a little bit more into furry territory. But if an uncaged lion had run amok in this very room, surely Mr. Garadeb and his maid would have been hurt or worse. Oh, that's where you are stuck. Depends on how humanoid. Yeah, cause yeah, like with the ones where it's like they have the ears, tail, and then paws for both their hand and feet, that's like a little gray area. Depending on how it's done, it could be either way. But then anything past that is like getting closer into furry territory. It's like I think it's mainly like once it starts affecting the face is when it gets into that territory, I would say. No doubt the former military man held his own against the beast using that large cannon. Though you said that they sold the lion to the circus. And what about the food? Meat and potatoes are one thing, but I don't believe I have ever heard of a lion that drinks tea. Ah, my dear Miss Sato, it occurs to me with some regularity. Saying Hatsune Miku I sent you isn't a monster girl. Well, That depends, because I think there is like there would be like a Venn diagram of furry and monster girl. With how her face and her teeth are, I would say that she's closer to being a furry than a monster girl. That's what I'm thinking. I sent you a whisper. Oh gosh. Y'all distracted me. We'll never get the answer here. Okay, let me see. Oh jeez. The photo is the furry scale thing, but the scale number 5 is Chester the cheetah. I'm not gonna have it on screen, but it's been around so much. It's so crunchy. Every furry is a monster girl, but not yeah. Because like I said, it's a Venn diagram, I would say. That irrespective race of race and breeding, whenever anyone lands on Great Britain soil, they are infused with a highly appropriate taste for afternoon tea.
Oh, what a glorious notion. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's your turn to shine again.
I had a feeling that was coming.
A slight massage, that's all Mr. Shulm's inductions need. You can do it.
Like how every gamer is a mobile gamer, but not every mobile gamer is a gamer. I guess so, yeah. Because, yeah, like most... Yeah. You could argue that, yeah. Excellent. I've been waiting for my trusty partner in deduction to step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. A mobile gamer... Oh, gosh. We don't even know whether or not this is going to help with Mr. Natsume's case. Still, uncovering the truth is always worthwhile, whatever the motivation. At least, that's what I want to believe.
Hello, Pistol Whip. How are you doing?
We are getting sidetracked left and right here. Let us start again from the beginning of Herlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. PC or console. Because yeah, earlier I got distracted and talked about my Moe Moe Zakyun from Akiba Danger, and now we're talking about furries and like how they're kind of a Venn diagram with like monster girls and furries. I'm out of bed, so my migraines have been killing me all week. Haven't streamed and likely to miss stream again tomorrow. Oh no!
Well, hopefully you rest up today. Hopefully the migraines are gone tomorrow. If anything, maybe you can have like maybe a very like chill, low energy stream if anything else, or if nothing else. But yeah, definitely take care of yourself today.
I don't play mobile games, I play gacha games. There's a difference. And usually it's with an emulator on PC. Yeah, I always see you running that like BlueStacks emulator, I think. That's the emulator you're talking about, right, Crimson? Chronic migraines. Oh no. I wish I knew of a way to help, but since it's chronic, yeah. What's your favorite type of monster girls other than elves and deer girls? Ooh. Moth girls are so cute. Lamias are really pretty too. Oh, slimes are so cute too. Part of me wants to grab some books that I have of monster girls that are totally say so 100% to look through examples, but I probably shouldn't be too distracted. But well, I mean, moth girls are in the category of bug girls. Oh, bee girls. I love bee girls. I love bee girls so much. What's sad is I have more than 13,000 minutes in an RP game. Oh, in an RP game? Oh, I still have heart eyes. Yeah, moth girls are good taste. There's like a handful of VTubers that I've started following because they're moth girls. Heckin', I think there's like 3. There's Ichigo, There's... Why am I forgetting their names? Soliel. And then, of course... she rebranded as a new color of moth. My brain. Where... I always forget what her name is. And I see her on Twitter, like, all the time. What is her name? Juniper. Yeah, Juniper. She was one of my like inspiration ones. A big girl. What the heck? Why do I keep doing this? I guess you have to change again. Are you wanting to be like a monster girl that I wouldn't like? I can probably find. Just be a worm. That equals to a week and 2 days IRL, my goodness. My friend thinks I'm emo, oh no. Because of the RP game? It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see. But yes, the Monster Girl books, yes. Because I want to be an insectoid monster girl you don't like. Oh gosh. Maybe I'll glance through the book and I'll get back to you on which one I don't like. The character I'm using for my avatar is half dark elf, half cat girl. Ah, I see. Oh yeah, I remember in the drawing that you shared, it was a dark elf looking kind of character. It's cute. That a fearsome beast who has been on the rampage of late within these four walls. Thus we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? Ah, for a man with a military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Profile picture is a character from a show I watch and is a deer. A deer? Why did I was gonna call him Alucard, but that's not it. Heckin' Alistair, that's right. Oh yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm looking at your thing, Pistol Whip. Okay. Oh, so is the purple... Oh, okay. So the purple hair one, is that different from the blonde hair one? Alucard is a dog. Yeah, has been. Overgot girl selfies. For the Infinite Museum. Okay. Okay, so let's figure out what it is. Not a lion. I really didn't see the lion thing coming. No, but if you observe Mr. Garradeb's reaction, it rather seems as though some beast did indeed run amok here in this room. Yes, something with a very fierce nature. But it couldn't have been a lion transported from India. So what was it then? We must follow Mr. Garradeb's gaze. This will lead us to the true answer. Okay, so... Oh. Interesting. I want to take a closer look. Sad as that has been, won't be on YouTube, so I gotta wait and see where his... Yeah, I mean, you're probably gonna find it somewhere once the actual episodes air. Probably... Daily Motion? I think that's usually where things end up when they're, like, technically illegally uploaded. That's... Let's see, the purple hair character is Lena. She's a dark elf cat girl, recently designed the avatar to add the cat ears. Ah, I see. Okay. What's with this photograph? It appears to be from Mr. Garradeb's wedding. He looks very happy, doesn't he? He does, but you can't make out his bride. No, how unfortunate. Something must have struck the glass directly over the woman's face. I wonder what happened. Probably best not to delve too deeply there. Okay, so newlywed bride. There's a joke. Trezen has cat girls in his museum with selfies with each one. Right, the maid is. I'm pretty sure the maid is his wife. Yeah, because they don't seem like they're very well to do. The blonde is Smoking Pistol, who started as my character in critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV with Ward of Winning Heaven's Sword expansion and no restriction on playtime through level 60. Ah, I see. Okay, that makes sense. It did kind of give off the Final Fantasy vibe just a little bit. It's like sometimes you can tell. In theory, I would want to use her for my VTuber avatar. She lends her name to my channel, but I want to do that properly, which would mean commissioning it. Yeah. The true nature of the beast that is rampant here is revealed by this newlywed bride. Precisely, Mr. Naruhodo. No other explanation could possibly fit. Yes, this framed print of... Come on, brain, we can do this. Just to the end of this. Yes, this framed print pictures your wife, Mr. Garrideb. And while we lament the fact that her face is obscured, we can still make out her mighty arms and note the considerable horsepower they might contain. Oh, Indeed, surely any woman with such powerful constitution would be honored to be described as a beast. Want to play into the OG Necron rocket because he was really cool. I mean, you can always have little elements of that. Honored might be stretching a point. That or like you can make a very, like a little gremlin model that references it? I don't know. Too late. The fact remains that the beast which so clearly savaged this room was your wife, Mr. Garrideb. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well... Yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam? Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me with one glance in your direction. It is... Your dress pocket gives a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. The poor, fragile, defenseless woman is beside herself. Well, I don't know about fragile. Oh, dear. Anyway, Mr. Shums is quite right. There's no sign of a Mrs. Garrideb anywhere, but it seems there may be a clue as to her whereabouts. A clue that this maid is trying to hide. I wonder where Mr. Garrideb's wife could be. I do wonder. What would be like... Because I don't think it would be as easy as just like pointing at her, but I can't really figure out anything else to point out other than that. Garrideb's wife is a lion, right? I mean, do you have a ring? You have a ring, that's right. I was almost gonna be just like, it's you, but like... She's wearing a very large ring, look. Oh yes, a sunflower design with some rather nice embellishments. It's on the ring finger on her left hand, which means it's surely a wedding ring. It looks like it's on there for life too. I can't imagine it would slide off a finger of that size. That's something to think, Mr. Naruhodo, not to say. Do you know Mr. Garrideb's wife in the photograph had a ring very much like this one? It was a large sunflower design as well. Really? You have a great memory for these things. A large sunflower wedding ring. It's quite a coincidence that they have the same ring, isn't it? Surely nothing to go on and present at all. No, he just said the maid had bad things. Just a little bit. He's not too bright. But it's okay. Your wedding ring gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. Ah! Indeed it does. That flowery band gleaming on your finger gives you away. For it is identical to the one shown on the hand of Mr. Garrideb's bride in the photographic print. In other words, you are no ordinary housemaid. Or household maid. No. You are Mr. Garrideb's lucky bride. You are Mrs. Garrideb herself. Oh my! Word! We did it. We did the first half, at least. Well, jolly fine detecting, sir. As you rightly surmised, this is my wife. Yes. My Joanne. Or Joan. Rather let herself go, you might say. She was bollycrock. What? Why do you say she's the same weight in the picture as she is right now? What do you mean she let herself go? so rude. It would appear that you don't live in the most comfortable of circumstances. After all, you are a retired army man, yet you are in the business of renting out rooms. I would assume, therefore, you have insufficient means to employ a maid. Would that be correct? It's not right, I tell you. I was 2nd lieutenant to the 3rd Regiment. A man of his pride, don't you know? By golly, it's a sorry thing when a chap can't even afford to have a single maid in his employ. Yes, here in London, one is rather judged. A household cannot be considered worthy of society if it employs no staff at all, though in my considered opinion, such concerns about appearances are a folly. You mean Mr. Garrideb has his wife work as his maid? Precisely. Am I right, Mr. Garrideb? Only in company, obviously. But listen here, this must remain a secret. Tip-top secret, please! The Necrom rocket was the original blue and gold model I had. He wasn't very well rigged and designed, but a little makeover would suit him well, but I don't want to mix elements of my... Yeah, fair enough. My maid has been having migraines, so she hasn't been cleaning the apartment. Oh no. Wait, for this situation, or do you have a maid pistol whip? Now, Mr. Garrideb. It is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, in that blithe pose, the distress this loss has caused you is veritably tangible. I don't pay my way, but she eats my food and sleeps in my bed. Ah, I see. Mr. Sholmes is quite something. He's still calling Mr. Garrideb's wife a beast. Yes, as a woman, that feels rather uncomfortable. But Mr. Garrideb is standing right beside her, or Mrs. Garrideb is standing right beside her husband as we speak. In other words, he hasn't lost his beloved at all, has he? Oh, how true! So perhaps that supporting arm that seems to be propping up his head has some other significance then. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garrideb's pain is tangible, though. What could that pose of his really signify? Possibly the slap mark that's on his face.
Take that!
I don't have to look at it because we saw it like just from him moving. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that slapped cheek. And of course, the deliverer of that impressive mark on your cheek that refuses to fade was you, Madame Joan Garrideb.
Well, yes.
You have been desperate to hide the slap mark on your cheek, sir. Ugh. If anyone here needs a maid, I'll hit the gym and put on a dress like a massive monster maid. That'll be your bodyguard. Oh my gosh, that'll be so fun. It's like I do have a maid outfit like alt that I will eventually make, but I will not do cleaning. Well, I will just I'll just sit around and look cute. How the blazes? How did you work that out, man? Nothing escapes the notice of one trained in the art of observation, my dear fellow. That's why you haven't looked directly at us even once. To keep your other side from view. Well, Now, let us proceed to the next conundrum. Why were you subjected to such a violent slap? In other words, we must ask ourselves what caused Madame Garrideb to fly into a rage. And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Possibly. I don't... Honestly, they would not put that in a Phoenix Wright game, I don't think. I would hope not. Didn't Mr. Sholmes say that the bills were all from the lion fodder? Yes, but now we have established that the lion never existed, which could only mean that the thing responsible for gobbling up all that food was Mr. Garrideb's wife. Mr. Navajo, though, she's a person, not a thing. Yes, well, man, you have no tact. She's also a person who gave her husband a mighty slap around the face. One so hard that it left a permanent hand mark, in fact. Yes, why would a woman want to hurt her husband with such force, I wonder? I'd love to know the answer to that question. Oh? Oh! Ah, someone must be reading this book at the moment. There's a bookmark here, look. Mr. Garrideb is clearly an avid reader. Oh, wait a minute. I don't think this is a bookmark. Oh no, so it isn't. It's a note written in a woman's hand. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Oh. And look, next to the signature here. Lip marks made with lipstick. Oh, what a passionate, romantic gesture. Don't get any ideas, Susato-san. Oh dear, I'm sorry. So this bookmark is actually a love note then. Ooh, okay. So now we can actually present it.
Take that!
Oh. You probably heard that, didn't you? Yes, it is a love note that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Passionate indeed. Perhaps the sender of this note, a certain Miss Mary, is the fly in the ointment here. Oh my gosh! But I don't know the Bali woman. You don't know her? That note wasn't written to me. It was just in the book. I don't know how it got there. It was just in there, you say? That's right. That's what I've been saying. Ah! A likely story. Now listen here, Joan, old thing. I explained all the time. At the time, I bought the book at a second-hand place, and that note must already have been in there. So the previous owner of the book was using the note as a bookmark, you mean? That's right. That's what I've been saying. Ah! A likely story. For heaven's sake, woman, look at the name. It's written to James. My name, in case you'd forgotten, is John Ag. A likely story. Are you questioning my name now? Oh my gosh. And there we have it. Arouse the suspicion of the female heart and you unleash a beast in the most ferocious bite. I'll do so much cleaning and your fridge will be emptied with all the food. Your bed isn't safe either. Did she just spill hot tea? Yeah, she's been doing that this whole time, Rocket. Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? The aftermath of which can clearly be seen by observing the carpet over there. An expensive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, dearie me. What could have caused such a destructive outburst? This time, madame, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the Tower of Cakes. You just got so hungry. But surely Mrs. Garrideb didn't eat the carpet. No, of course not. But there doesn't seem to be any doubt that the state of disarray at this room is in a result of her wild temper. No, that's not true. So this is the last part of Mr. Shon's deduction that we need to fix. We need only follow Mrs. Garrideb's gaze and that will tell us the real answer. Alright, let's see what we can see. Yes. Okay, spin around. Okay, we gotta look at it, so look at the candle, I guess. The carpet here has been ripped to shreds. Yes, according to Mr. Shon's deduction, the tears match those made by an Indian lion's teeth exactly, 100%. Nothing different. Oh, look here. What is it? If you look closely at the edge, you can see scorch marks. Oh yeah, so you can. In that case, perhaps the carpet wasn't eaten in the normal sense at all. Let's rethink this with that in mind. Can we look at the candle? The candle. The candle! Oh my god. Cause I feel like if we present just the carpet. Oh my gosh, stop. I just wanna move my cursor. I don't wanna click on the thing. I just wanna move the cursor. Like it's right there. It's right there in front of their eyes. Okay, well, we're gonna present it and see if it'll accept it. Cause of the carpet being such a terrible state is the carpet itself. Now I realize that it appears to be something in a circular argument. However, it's the tact I've decided to try, and I'm not changing course now. That deduction was wanting in every way. Yes, I was wanting you to hear it. I'm quite proud of it. I find myself wanting never to have heard it. I'm quite pained by that, in fact. Oh, sorry. I'll try again. Guess I have to click on this candelabra. Okay, the real question here is, was the carpet actually eaten by something, or did something else happen to it? Gee, I wonder. Perhaps it could be answered by examining the carpet in more detail. I clicked right on the candle. Right on it. Just eats my own Kirby. I can't. Right, I also can't believe this. If we can find another possible explanation, maybe it will lead us to the right answer. Good idea. Yes, the point is, how did the carpet end up like that? We'll just never know. We'll just never know what did it. Nope. Okay, maybe I'll look at it real quick. This looks like a very old candlestick, doesn't it? The base looks too small. Surely it's very unstable. It looks to me like even the slightest knock would have made it topple over. Oh dear, that would be dangerous. Wait, take a closer look at this. There's one candle missing. Yes, I didn't notice that before. Why is that, I wonder? Why is one candle of the 3 missing from its holder? Gee, I wonder where that other candle is. Okay, I'll stop being sassy and just present it. I'll stop being sassy about it. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the candlestick. I don't know, I can't see the candle. No, keep the sets, it's funny. No, it's fine. The missing candle was used to ignite tiny bombs that eat the carpet. Absolutely, yes. Most illuminating, my dear fellow, and of course, the only possible way out of this logical labyrinth. Yes, the remnants of a ferocious attack in which the carpet was devoured are clearly visible. Indeed, they are. The scorch marks of the edge clearly give the truth away. Scorch marks? It would appear that this room was the scene of a little marital altercation. Mrs. Garrideb's mighty arm muscles left an impression not only on her husband's face, but on the entire room. The force of her strike caused a candle to fall from the holder. Miss Garrideb got blown up by the bombs and ate the carpet. She had to eat the carpet to survive. And in seconds, the carpet was alight. The whole corner of the room was in flames. Yes, For the most ferocious beast in the world is neither a violent lion nor a vengeful woman, but fire. Why is she so destructive? Because she thought that he was cheating on her. And in this room, that ferocious beast bared its claws and ran amok. Eloquently put, my dear fellow. So you see, there is but one conclusion here. After the sparks of marital discord flew, this room was the scene of a fire. Mr. Sholmes, sir. I salute you! That cane didn't really help, did it? Anime plot twist, right? Does he still have the sword? We do? Oh, because that's Kazuma's soul, pretty much. So it's the one thing that we have to remember him by, other than the armband. I don't like him looking forward, right? Like it more as a moon silhouette. It's these dashed long winter nights, you know, nothing to do but read in front of the fire. Luckily, there's a jolly good second-hand bookshop just around the corner.
I can't believe this.
Buy all my old novels there. And in the pages of one particular novel, you discovered some rather illicit material. For which your wife admonished you harshly, it seems. Don't know about admonished. Demolished might be rather closer to the mark. And beast is most certainly an apt... Here we go again. And the carpet. Was that destroyed by fire when the candle fell on the floor? Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. I was caught between this old stick's rage and the raging flames. You paint a torrid picture, sir. One that would have been most entertaining. That's sympathy for you. Illicit materials exciting. I guess it keeps you on your toes. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started to go up as well. We'd have to hide the mess behind the screen for the time being. Over there, Mr. Garrideb? Well, you have nothing more to hide now, if you'll allow me. Had all my favorite old novels in that case, but as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. Gosh. Then the wife started hurling things at me. What a terrible sight it must have been. There was I, back up against the window, under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books incoming, 10 to dozen. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite, book called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride? Ah, yes, your notorious love of big cats coming through again. I assure you the title didn't influence my choice in the slightest.
No way! I can't believe this!
So the poor man really did lose something dear to him as a result of the ferocious beast's rampage.
Mr. Sholmes' deductions turned out to be correct once again.
Can only be described as a great British wonder. I tell you, it was total carnage. Flames everywhere and the old stick in full fettle. Out of interest, what time of day was that? Not sure I can remember. It was 2 days ago now. Let's see. Around 5 o'clock, I think.
So at exactly the same time as the terrifying incident was unfolding outside of your window on the street below.
Even more terrifying on the inside, I can assure you. The whole of Blighty could have been flattened outside my window at that moment, and I wouldn't have noticed a dashed thing.
Oh, really?
Unless...
You guys are hiding something from us. What you hiding?
Mr. Sholmes? Yes, Mr. Nadahoda. What can I do for you? Well, I think we've got to the bottom of Mr. Garrideb's situation now, but what does it have to do with Mr. Natsume's circumstances? I can't help you there, I'm afraid.
What?
My dear fellow, if you recall, I did say as much from the outset. I warned you that although I knew the retired army man would be hiding something, I could not be sure whether his secret would prove to be of relevance or not. I just knew you were going to say that. Now, Mr. Nadahoto, you mustn't lose heart. Bear in mind that all things fall into one of only two categories, those relevant to the case and those not. That makes no sense to me. Well, no matter. It is of far greater importance that you make up your mind now. Sorry? Visiting hours at the prison will soon be over. Oh no, is it that time already?
If we're to accept Mr. Natsume's case, we have official paperwork to attend to.
So that's it. No more time to think.
Perhaps you'd like to betake yourself to bidding us farewell now? I must prepare supper for Mr. Garrideb.
Oh yes, I am so sorry.
Thank you both very much for your time.
Soseki-san will be waiting for us, and I'm going to have to give him an answer. Okay. And before we do that, I'm gonna save, and then we can go ahead and take our little break.
We're a little bit past 3, but that is okay. Okay, so everybody, this is a good time to get up and stretch, to get a snack, use the bathroom, whatever you gotta do. And we'll be back in 10 minutes.
And we're probably gonna tell Natsume that we are gonna take the case, because I mean, like, why wouldn't we, honestly?
But yes, we'll be back in 10 minutes. Okay? Okay. Wah!
Man, that's a lot of he's.
Do you want to disappoint me? My nose itchy. Okay.
Then a quick stretch, like the second. Okay. Oh no! I'm stretching. I look so disappointed. A tummy raid. I was hoping I could save. Oh jeez. Oh. Well, okay. Oh my gosh, thank you for redeeming Valley Girl voice. I need to like start a timer.
Now he's filled with anger and sadness.
Oh no, anger and sadness. That totally sucks.
He'll eventually destroy the world like he did before.
Wow. I don't see how that's a problem though, as Sonic. Okay, I did start the timer, right? Yeah, okay. So yeah, here's the Valley Girl voice. Wow.
Look, he's absorbed the Emerald's power.
Oh my
He
gosh.
wants the shield and the Master Emerald now.
Okay. How do I do that? Yeah, how
It
can I
won't
help?
change how he feels inside, will it? His heart will still remain in turmoil, and his anger just won't vanish.
What are you talking about,
He'll
Sonic?
just be trapped forever.
I might think about changing it.
That's right. You're not a politician anymore.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Hello, Peach! I have ascended. That was why. That makes me glad that I increased the amount of items for the throw. Husky built guy like you could probably fit it. Why are you calling me husky? What? Ma'am, I am in the floor. Ma'am. Ma'am, help! I'm in the floor. No! Well. Hello? So, what? Let me just transition over there. Why did I look so sleepy? Okay, but let me go ahead and get Higurashi open. Oh no, you've seen my clone. I don't know if you can escape now. Around Maria, who is concentrating her power, her eyes tightly shut. I powered down. My brain just blue screened for a second. Her eyes tightly shut. Small golden butterflies began to dance. Was this the manifest? No! 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 Haha, you thought you could kill me. No, no. Oh no. I spoke too soon. That's valid, actually. That's valid.
The power of the
Hydrate. Satoko-chan might not want that, unless the person being abused wants shelter anyway. It doesn't go that far. Satoko doesn't want it? Why? Coach didn't answer me. I didn't know why he didn't. It was clear as day that Satoko's uncle was being violent and treating her like a slave, so then why? I clamped down on my frenzied emotions and waited in. Because I feel like it would be a difference of like and like if that makes any sense.
came to our house, which made it much easier, right?
It was a pain having to invite some other person into my own private room every week. I hated the smell of sweat left behind when he left, so much that I can still remember it.
He was a wonderful teacher who drilled a scholarly attitude into you. His monthly fees were on par with a lawyer's consultation fee, and it was still worth it.
Okay, how is it that Pat does nothing, Pathetic does the pet animation? What are you doing?
His monthly fees were on par with a lawyer's consultation fee, and it was well worth it.
Then, on the Sundays and Mondays that followed, I didn't have any extra school and could finally rest. How ironic. Also clip it and ship it, yeah. Yeah, Pathetic triggered it. What happened in game? So this thing is probably right. Oh, there he is. I'm back here. Oh no. No, I don't remember the way I went. Aw, man. This is so far back, technically. No, why'd you have to bring me to the ball pit? Why'd you have to bring me back to the pit? I don't know which way I went. The music got quieter, but I didn't hear you talk. Ah! No, I'm getting scanned! I don't have my little OBS set up right, so I just... I'm sorry, what's going on back here? What's going on? Why are they playing kazoos? I can't read their fanfiction when they're playing kazoos. Rika-chan and I gave her a pat on the head.
Why are you petting me? We're petting you because you're a good girl, Satoko.
Satoko was lost in confusion, but she seemed to understand that she was being made fun of. Yeah, that's what you get. That's what you get, Satoko. Oh, it should be there. Oh, you hover over the video and it'll be on the side panel. I forgot I moved it. My apologies, that's my bad. So that, I'm pretty sure doesn't show on mobile. So maybe I should move something else to there.
Ugh.
Abandoned shrimp become mermaid unicorn.
That's called a narwhal.
Yes. Become the narwhal and ruddy up.
Give me a minute, okay?
No.
Puppy belly's in the way of everything.
How dare.
Zero is among us.
Bum, 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 bum. Give me you, blue crab. No more TV time for you, green crab. Something's coming. What? What is a threat to me? I am very tall. I will have you know. Let me up here. Give me uppies. Uppies, uppies. Thank you. And we are back. Hopefully everybody had a good break. Okay, so let me make sure. It was funny. I feel like I dropped a bomb and like nothing happened. But I did have a lot of stars happen. Oh, and people are in jail. Get out of there, Rocket. There you go. Just seeing if it's still broken. Oh, for the... Yeah, it is weird that it didn't do the pet. I feel like the pet action, like, only sometimes works, and I don't know why it only sometimes works. Try, like, just pet real quick. And if that doesn't work, I'll try something that might fix it. That was really weird. Oh, I forgot to look. Yeah, the pet itself works. Weird. Okay. I don't know why it's not working with pathetic, because that's what it used to do, but maybe I changed something. But yeah, I forgot to look. Oh, but Rocket, I did look. A bug girl that I would not I would not like as much would be a centipede girl. I looked. Wait, why is scan not working? What is scan not working? What that? Okay, it was just taking a while. It was on a delay, yeah. Here I was thinking everything was breaking. Patronize. Aw, man. Sadly not for that. Maybe I should just like look up words that have the word pet in them and add them to the triggers. That would be fun. Okay, so let's go. We're going to the prison. We're going to jail. But yeah, that would be the bug for you to be, Rocket, if you don't want me to be like hard eyes at ya. It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. We must hurry back to the prison. Yes, I know. Let's hail a care... Oh. What's the matter? It looks like something's gone on over there in front of the Gyarados house. Side note, arachnids and driders that have pedipalps styled after half-hearted human legs are the work of cowards. Give me the full spider head on a lower half. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I feel like having them like as human legs. Like, is it like the little front things that like kind of double as the spider legs, but also are kind of the shape of human legs? I feel like I very rarely see that, but like it's always a thing of like, Like I think what is it, Monster Musume? No. The one where the guy has like a harem of monster girls. Like I think that's the main one that comes to mind with them doing that. Okay. Patting the dragon dude's head. Hello? Monster Musume has the coward version of Arachnis, yeah. Helltaker. I don't think they have spider girls. I think they're all just demon girls and then the one angel girl. Unless I missed something in the side comics on Twitter, which I might have. I know thee not, old man. Pray to thy prayers. Who are you calling an old man, you rum-looking nimini-pinimini? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. Who is this Horatio fella, eh? What do you want about? No spiders in Helltaker, but the artist has drawn unrelated spider girls. Ooh. He's one of them a goat. Oh yeah, one of them is a goat. Oh, I guess one of them is a fly Beelzebub. But like, yeah, no spiders in the series. Excuse me. What the? Who are you? Who are you now? I'm sorry, it just looked as though there might have been some problem here, and my associate here, Mr. Ryonosuke Naruhodo, is a lawyer, you see. A lawyer? What? If I can be of any assistance, I'd be happy to help. I'm from Japan, but I have studied English law. Isabella from Helltaker is my favorite. She's best girl, yeah. Have they announced them making her an android yet? Because I know they've made like a majority of the characters for Helltaker as Nendos. I think Cerberus like just recently came out, if I'm right. Fine, I'll be on the way for today, but you mark my words. Haven't checked in a while, yeah. This ain't over yet. Why are people posing? Get thee to a nunnery. Do I look like a bloomin' nun to you? I feel like Cerberus was recent. She's very cute, even though she looks more like a mouse than a dog, yeah. She is really cute, but like, my goodness, the fact that you have to like, you basically have to buy like the same one 3 times to get like the full experience, but at least they do have like the single version. And I think they have like a little, like a transparent thing to put behind them if you get just the one. I think, at least. Or maybe I'm misremembering. But I know that you can get just the one if you don't want to drop money for 3 of the same one, essentially. I do hope you're not injured. Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so gentle, thank you. What was all that about? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. I'm not Horatio either. Forgive the inquiry, sir, but are you a lodger here? In the Garadeb residence? Oh, fair wet Eastern maiden, thou art so right. Yes, I do dwell in this humble abode. Mr. Garadeb mentioned that he had another lodger, didn't he? This must be the man. Do you happen to know the other lodger who lives on the 1st floor? Ah, yes, a gentleman named Natsume. Oh, more worthy a polemist in my battle of words ne'er could there be. Sorry, battle, did you say? Who is the stronger, Hamlet or Macbeth? Mr. Natsume and I spared long into the night. I see. I don't fully understand, but it seems Mr. Natsume and this gentleman are acquaintances at least. So, fair maiden, so good gentleman, I can tarry here no longer. Fare thee well. Turns out he's married. I didn't really understand him, but I think he's returned to his room. It seems he's aware of what's happened to Mr. Natsume, so he can't really help us. I don't want to be a centipede girl because it's too many legs. I'll just become a space bug girl. Fair enough. Yeah, he's a theater kid. With Sosake-san and that man as lodgers, the Garadeb house is certainly full of eccentrics. Anyway, I'll go and find a carriage. Yes, I'm sure Mr. Natsume is eagerly awaiting our return. Let's hope we can get to the prison before visiting hours are over. But yeah, hopefully for the Helltaker Nendos, they save the best for last. Because yeah, I know they got like pretty much most of them, I think, at this point, right? Or at least half of them. Oh, it's you! You're here! You came! Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! I can't believe you came back! I'm so touched! We are so sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Natsume. Oh, no, think nothing of it. Relax. If I were a cat, I would purr with pleasure at the company of such fine compatriots. Noble, nurturing, never-failing Nipponese! Oh, now, let's not get carried away. Oh, I quite agree. There is nothing more reassuring than the familiarity of one's native land. On the other hand, I figured it was going to be him. It is through friendship transcending international borders that one truly appreciates the fact. Such is my belief, at least. Oh, yes, it's you! The miserable, rotten spy, Herlock Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing here? I have no intention of doing anything per se, save observing, of course. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Well, having encountered some curious reading material in that gloomful room, and having unmasked the secret identity of that eccentric pair, I decided I should drop in on my way home to see how our divested friend is faring. Justice is great and judgment at best. Yeah, I think, I don't know. I like all of them, I think, more or less. I'm trying to think of like which one I like really liked, but I don't know. Because I remember I played it on my own, so I can't be like, oh, who... I can't just look back and be like, okay, who did I like the most? Although, I don't know. I think a lot of my opinions are swayed in one way or the other via fan art, which I need to just like, I don't know. I'm trying to think if there was one that I like particularly did not like. Zadada is the first main for me, and I don't like the sadist mode one. Sadist mode one. Let me Yeah, I think Zadradra is okay. I'm just looking now. The one with the glasses is all tired until she gets her coffee. Yeah. Like she's okay. I wouldn't say that I dislike her, but she's okay. Oh, the Panda Monica. Yeah, she's okay. I don't know. I feel like if I say it's Modius, that's gonna be basic, but like Azazel's cute too. Lore Master was fun. But like, I don't know. Anyway, I just adore Kremis from the comic. She's a little goblin that gives her insane a lot of sass. Aw! The receptionist one? I think so. Lore Master being the like extra stuff. Yeah, Modius is the one with hearts in her hair. And Azazel is the angel. Wait, I'm looking at the wiki. Is Azazel and the Lore Master the same person? Oh, okay. So I guess that's my answer. Okay. The Master is the fallen angel version of Azazel. Okay. So yeah, then I guess my answer is Azazel / Lore Master. Modius is really cute, but too much for me. I didn't want to lose my knees. Fair enough, yeah. I decided I should show up on my way home to see how our... Okay, I did. Oh no, Sans! For a second, I saw Sans last message, so I was like, oh, yeah, my sensor thing just went off on them, but nope. They just rolled a 1 and I didn't even notice. Gloomful room. At least your accommodation here offers a window, my dear fellow. In that sense, it is the superior option. Anyway, I must commend you on your taste in books. My day has been a delight, cost me not a penny. You! How dare you, Herlock Sholmes? Ugh. I've had it. I'm through. I'm at the end of my rope. I should never have come to Great Britain. It was a terrible mistake. Haunted by spirits in these accursed lodgings, no doubt my luck will be cursed in tomorrow's trial as well. My whole life is bedamned. What are you thinking, Mr. Nadahoda? He mentioned that once before, didn't he? His lodgings were cursed, I mean. and that there's much truth in Mr. Mustache's words. What? Cursed is a wholly appropriate description, I would say, for the man's lodgings, and indeed for tomorrow's trial. What's that supposed to mean? Censor thing, you mean the thing that hasn't stopped me from swearing before? Yeah, I don't know. I was thinking, because I know I had one before, but I don't know if I still have it. No, I have it active for like very serious words. But not many for swearing. Because I know how you Aggies are. But for like deeply serious words, I'm pretty sure I still have it set up. Okay, anyway. Mr. Natsume, what did you mean by what you said just now? About the trial tomorrow being cursed? Oh no, why are you looking so grave? You're making me nervous. I was just getting carried away, that's all. I didn't mean anything by that. Oh, I see. That's really agitated him. You don't mean the trial really is cursed somehow? Hopefully not. Are you referring to the prosecutor, the Reaper of the Bailey? The Reaper? Oh no, what do you mean? Please, tell me, summarize it succinctly in 16 salient words. No defendant has ever survived a trial in which the Reaper stands for the prosecution. Ever. Is that 16 words? 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yep. He got it perfectly in 16 words. Serious words mean like the ones that are really heckin' bad, yeah. Ones that like someone wouldn't accidentally say, I don't think. They would do it with like ill intent. Oh my goodness, can it really be true that was the 16 words exactly? Yesterday, Mr. Naruhodo successfully defended someone against the Reaper, but then, after the trial was over... Chicago deep dish. Feet. Oh no. The defendant passed away in unusual circumstances, Mr. McGill did. What? Ah, I'm impressed, Miss Susato. You have an eye for detail. Actually, the Lord Chief Justice told us. Mr. Sholmes, surely it can't be that having failed to have the accused convicted, Lord Van Zeeks killed the man himself. Oh no, he couldn't have, surely. You have somewhat wonderful notions. Sorry? The man isn't a mass murderer, he's a court prosecutor, my dear fellow. Oh, yes. Why, of course he is. Of course he is? Then why are you trying to scare me? It could be said, however, that the real truth about the man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis. What on earth do you mean by that? Let me question about your cursed lodgings first. When you said accursed lodgings before, you were referring to your room at Mr. Garadeb's house, I assume. Do you mean to say you believe the place is cursed? If you say any words that'll get censored here, I'm going to infect you with the worker parasite. What? It's been a year since I came to Great Britain. But I had only been in London a week before starting to notice strange feelings in myself. That didn't take long then. Everywhere I looked, there were foreign faces staring at me, laughing behind my back. I was sure people were talking about me. I started to become nervous about going outside. They were always staring at me, all the time, from dawn to dusk. So I shut myself away in my room, but even that didn't help. The fear wouldn't go away. You must have been very lonely, having been away from your homeland for such a long time. I've had to move a number of times, most recently that room on Briar Road a few weeks ago, or a week ago now. Yes, why did you choose there? It seems a little inconvenient. The rent is cheap, I have so little money, it appealed to me straight away. Of course, I asked why it was so affordable. The landlord just simpered and said, "The room is cursed." Oops. He quickly tried to cover his mistake, but it was too late, so I told him. If you have something to say, then say it, but if not, don't mention it in the first place. Yes, well said. But it was true. It was all true. You mean the room really is cursed then? Ever since I moved into that windowless hellhole. My sleep has been plagued with nightmares. I awake feeling as though I've been choked to death. In my waking hours, people are stabbed in front of me as I walk down the street. I'm branded a killer, thrown in prison. Nobody wants to know me. I'm surrounded by scary, sinister spirits. Your room is heated in copious amounts of flammable gases with fumes that leak a lot. Oh no! If only there was someone, just one person on my side. Can no one find it in his or her heart to believe me? Really, no one at all? To believe, yes, to believe. Okay, now we talk about the Reaper. Van Zieks is a quite exceptional man. However, in London courts of law, exceptional does not equate to winning every case without exception. That's good? Saseki-san looks like he's going to cry tears of joy. As you are no doubt aware, in a British criminal trial there is both a judge and a jury. The judge officiates based on the letter of the law, whilst the jury offers public opinion and common sense. It is an excellent system whereby the defendant's guilt is considered from several points of view. However, public opinion in particular is somewhat easily manipulated. Right. Criminals and corrupt lawyers, for that matter, can use it to their advantage by any means at their disposal, contriving evidence, calling impostors as witnesses, and so on. By such underhanded means, those who would want to are able to sway the jury, which means that even in the light of irrefutable evidence, the prosecution can fail. But it means the wrong verdict can be passed. And sadly, is from time to time, my dear maiden. It is simply the reality of the situation. And that's all right. However, those indicated by Lord Van Zieks cannot escape justice. Their fate is sealed. Oh my. Though the adjudication may see them leave the courtroom with their freedom. Within months, they all disappear. It is most striking. Disappear? But how? By all means of misfortune, sir. Perhaps they are trampled under the passing carriage. Perhaps they fall into the Thames and drown. Perhaps they are suddenly overcome by a raging fever, or perhaps attacked by highwaymen. Time to add another banned word. Yes, if it's a word I can't say, it's not. If I can't pronounce the word, it's going in the ban list, baby. Can you stop? Please stop calling about my events at night. I don't think that's me. I think that might be Rocket. Maybe. Oh, no. All examples of the reality of events here in London, I'm afraid, Mr. Naruhodo. I knew it. I'm a dead dodo done for doomed. You hear nothing. just move the camera, or move the hand in front of the camera. You don't hear anything in the vents. Mr. Sholmes. Me, Mr. Naruhodo. Pray, what can I do for you? It's about the case of the SS Budia, if you recall. Natsume is just like, why are you talking about something not related to me? I'm in danger here. The Budia. Ah, yes, that case. The one with the snake. Well, yes? At that time, I was the suspect, but you believed in me and listened to my side of the story. And you helped us to investigate. I did I? Interesting. What I want to know is why? Why did you believe me? I see, yes. You mean... because you were a grimly dressed, shady Eastern fellow found with the victim in a locked room. Well, if you like, yes. I'm a little surprised that the answer requires explanation, my dear fellow. It's quite simple, really. You said I didn't do it. But I could have been lying. Surely you must have had your doubts. You must have suspected me a little. I think perhaps you have misunderstood. I neither recall believing in you, nor in that which you were telling me. What? You see, the only things I believe in are those I choose to believe in. What? What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? I make up my own mind as what is to be believed and what is to not be not. It's not me, that's the rats from this really bad rat infestation. You want me to do something about it? You probably can. It'd probably be a good idea to tell Rocket to do that for you. If I should like to believe in something, I do. The circumstances can hang as far as I'm concerned. But I could have betrayed your trust. In that case, I should have made an elementary error. I should have made an elementary error of judgment, nothing more. Betrayal of trust is an overused excuse, in my opinion. Meaning, whether or not one should trust another is, in the final analysis, down to oneself. It is a matter of whether or not one can trust oneself. Yes, he's right! He is right, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! Whether or not I can believe myself. A defense lawyer is only good as his faith is in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. I'm already in the wall. What's a little more human with the biomass, even if it's all rats? Oh my gosh. You were so right, Kazuma. You were so right for that, Kazuma, and then you died. Well, my dear fellows, it is time we were leaving, I believe. Already? Visiting hours are over. The guard will be here shortly to escort us out. There is a restaurant near here that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me? Kazuma, yes, I'm Kazuma. There's so many Kazumas over here. like this game has a Kazuma. I was gonna say something that may or may not be a spoiler for Yakuza because I only just now found it out. Alfarius? There's a restaurant near here that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me? Oh dear, there is never enough time, is there? Gurren Lagann has a Kazuma, Danganronpa has a Kazuma. Yakuza has at least one Kazuma. Well, actually, no, at least two, because of Kiryu. Yeah. Spoiler alert, Zeph is playing Ace Attorney. Oh no. Mr. Natsume, if you'd like, in the trial tomorrow, I'd be happy to represent you. Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. As I said, I only experienced a British courtroom for the first time yesterday, and although the man I was representing was found not guilty,
I can't believe this.
I lost sight of something crucial. Something crucial? What to believe in. The defendant, justice, or the truth. How to believe, even. But I think I finally worked it out. I've decided I must believe in myself above all else, to trust my instincts. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. And my instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Natsume, are innocent of this crime. Kazuma apparently means peace and harmony. It's a common wish for one's children, so I can see what that... Oh, okay. Huh. I see. Okay, so I can kind of see... That would make sense, because my Japanese teacher actually told me that Haruka is, I think it's like, she said it as like new beginnings or something, which is very, very symbolic with Haruka for Yakuza. So, yeah. Huh. Very interesting. It's always fun kind of learning about this stuff and being like, It's imperative that we prove that in court. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, I will fight for your innocence until the bitter end, with every weapon available to me. Oh my gosh, really? Okay, I'm not gonna say it that fast. Jugume jugu no gokko no sukeru kai jari suigyo no suigyo matsu urai matsu furai matsu kuneru totoku ni sumu tokoro yaburu koji no black koji pipe no shooting gun no grindai no grindai no ponpokopi no ponko no chokume no chosuke. My goodness. It's a very meaningful name, but my goodness. So I hope you'll permit me to represent you tomorrow. As I said when we first met, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who will listen to me in my native tongue. Of course, Mr. Natsume. The most meaningful name, absolutely. It's like every part is like multiple layers of meaning. It would be fair to say, Mr. Naruhodo, that your mind was in many ways made up from the outset. You merely needed the events of today to fully realize it. Yes, I think you're right about that. It's been a roundabout journey, but I got there in the end. Miss Susato. Yes? Would you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help me in court? Absolutely. And as I said this morning, you may consider me your personal judicial assistant. The I am Alpharius is from the Alpha League of Space Marine, where every member is cosmetically altered to look like the Tien Primarchs and the extra lever of deset everyone from the okay. There was a Full Metal Alchemist side thing where the homunculus just managed to know. Yeah. Well, wasn't it yeah, it was Scar, and then I don't think it was a homunculus. I think it was one of the guys on the military side of things. I just can't remember his name. Maybe he was a homunculus. I don't remember what happens like in the second half of the series. But yeah, I think that's a lot of people's like first introduction to the Jugume no Kokus. So on and so forth. Because yeah, they just keep going back and forth, and one of them ends up coughing up blood. But there's also the ending theme to Joshiraku, I believe, that basically like starts out with that. I'm sorry, I was distracted when I was typing. Oh no. The shocking events of yesterday's trial will still weigh heavily on my mind, but it's time to stop looking backwards. Kazuma believed in me, and Mr. Shomes believes in me now too. So it's time that I learned to believe in myself. Soseki-san has no one. He's all alone, so it's my job to help him, to fight in his corner. Tomorrow, in the courtroom, with all the strength I can muster. The first introduction to Jugumo was the Overlord anime, the Goblins of... Oh, interesting. Because yeah, it is a very old folk tale with like many different iterations. I think you could probably tell like something's a very old story if there's like a bunch of different like slightly altered versions between them. Because it's like, this is this area's version of telling the story, but then there's also this version. Overlord was cool. I still need to watch it. Because like one of the themes, I don't know if it's like the opening or ending, but like, I don't know, like one of the themes is really cool whenever it shows up on my Spotify. It's like the I am very, very crazy, very na 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 tomaranai. Yeah, it's been on my list. Yeah, you know it's old if it's had time to drift, yeah. I can't recommend the Overlord anime in good conscience, but the novels are some of my favorites. I see. Well, I'll still probably check it out at one point or another. Oh, it's the season 4 intro. Okay. So I will have quite a bit. Or, wait, is it season 4 or season 3? Yeah, Veracity does sound like the title of it. All of the openings, I would say, are bangers. Season 3. Oh, okay. Okay, so I don't have to go too far for it. Anyway, we're here now. It's February 20th at 9:23 a.m. Season 4 is Hollow Hunger, same artist though. Interesting. Okay. Well, I never expected this. Who'd have thought we'd be back here again so soon? We are on a study tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible. Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but for the person in the dock, it may well be her one and only time in court. It could be life-changing. In which case, treating us as research may seem a little crass. Also, I feel like there's like quite a few animes that I like wanted to check out just because of like their opening or ending themes. Wait, not same artist, other one. Same artist bounce back and forth between. Oh, okay.
Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right.
Good morning! Oh gosh, his eyes are so bloodshot. Ah, Mr. Natsume, good morning. Like it's OXT for season 1 and season 2 OP, then Myth and Roid for the ends. Then they switch. Oh, interesting. That is fun though.
Oh dear, are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot.
The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain.
Yes, I've heard that expression.
But I really don't want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. Oh no. And now I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literary people take things so literally?
Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume.
I wish I had 9 lives. My whole future hangs on the balance. I'm too terrified to tremble. Really? Because I can feel tremors in the floor. I can't do this. I can't take it. Although, locum student Mr. Nadahodo Esquire, yes? I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of the opera, and there were so many people. I had no idea my case was so notorious affair here in London. Or was such a... Oh, neither did I. Do you know why that might be, Miss Susato?
I'm sorry, Mr. Nadahodo, but I have no idea.
So that all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence then, is it? Don't hide the truth from me! It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Lord Van Zeeks? Is that right, Miss Susato? I mean, it would make sense.
I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes, Lord Van Zeeks is on the front page of every one.
I knew it.
Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday.
Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? There's a lot of background details that are lost in the anime adaptation, and the pacing is weird. Also, the 3D CG is questionable most of the time. I watched the anime to watch it, but I've reread the novels many times more than I've... Interesting. We're still talking about Overlord? Huh. I didn't actually know that there was like little bits of 3D CG in there. But yeah, it's always a thing of hit or miss for that kind of stuff. Although I know for newer stuff, like a lot of the stuff's looking a little bit better for newer animes. I still need to watch Trigun. Peach is so disappointed that I haven't started watching it yet, I'm pretty sure. The trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Zeek's return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. The trial of Magnus McGilded. Ugh, what a harrowing experience that was.
I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's.
But we wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country.
Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon, and for what appears to be a mundane murder? That's the question the papers are asking, and they're all speculating various answers.
Mundane! Mundane! It's the most significant saga of the century to some of us! Oh dear, I meant no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that is how the papers are describing it. Studio Orange, who did the new Trigun, is the gold standard for the CG 3D anime. They know its strengths and weaknesses. Trigger also used it well in Promare. I still need to see Promare. I just need to, like, the main issue with me is I need to, like, sit down and, like, actually, like, watch something, but, like, I'm always busy, so I can only, like, you know, like, multitask, but I also don't feel like watching stuff in subs most of the time, or in dub most of the time, so I would need to watch it for dub, for subs. I don't know, blah, blah. I'm tripping over my words. Although I did finish Onimai, but I don't think I think I went in with the intention of multitasking, but I did not. Well, lest we forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the appearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention, but there's another blatant similarity in the trial of 2 days ago. I strongly recommend the English dub of Premiere. My biases, read favorite actors aside, the English voice performances are much stronger. Oh, interesting. I might do that.
Yes, I agree.
Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, it's you!
Me?
Well, I suppose that's true. Both times it is you who stands against this legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper. Please, I don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers.
I'm afraid that there's really only one other explanation. It can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck.
Thanks to that. The Overlord anime cuts out like a fourth of content that messed up the pacing, but like Pistol said, the CG is iffy, but if you like the story, you're about a man that accidentally became an overwhelming powerful villain, so I can recommend it, but it gets very violent, not to the levels of Berserk, but it's up there. Ah, okay. It's still in my list of things I want to check out. It's just a matter of when I'll get to that. Watch Premiere twice in English, then listen to the Japanese trailer. It just doesn't measure up, which I find strange. Interesting. Because I think usually, I almost want to say, like, it's what you watch first that kind of influences you, but I don't know. I might take your word for it. I'm really sad that, like, when it was in theaters and, like, going around, it just, like, never showed up in my local one. It's just like, yeah, you can either drive, like, 3 hours north or 3 hours south. If 3 hours, it might have been more than that. Oh, this is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? By the least lucky lawyer alive? Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. You right. Yes, it's true that I'm just a student new to London with little in the way of experience or skills, or luck, but I promise you this. I will fight your corner until the bitter end, and I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Oh, benevolent locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we will always be by your side.
Oh, benevolent non-locum assistant, Miss Mikoto-ban Esquires. I'm in your debt forever. I shall never forget this great kindness for as long as I live. Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. Kana of the Great Snow Sea is a really good anime with an awesome story. It's made in worse CG, but the anime uses it to its advantage by making it its unique art style. Interesting. Let me look. Let me look at what that is, because I don't know if I know if I... Oh, that's a new one. That was actually one that I was kind of looking at, being like, huh, because the backgrounds look gorgeous. For my purposes, the main appeal of Overlord is it's 2 stories in one. You have Ainz, the Overlord, an unfathomable genius, then Suzuki Satoru, the human mind inside the undead body. He has very little idea what he's doing most of the time, but the surrounding characters always interpret his actions in the most impressive, terrifying ways. So even when the story is being told from someone else's perspective, I can read Suzuki's thoughts in his described body language. So I'm getting his story in the other... Oh, interesting. That does actually sound really fun. The court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. But yeah, I added the kind of the Great Snow Sea to my list because I was just looking at like a bunch of things to add to my list, even though I'm not caught up on anything. But I was just like, because like the backgrounds paired with the CG was just like very interesting. The backgrounds are gorgeous, but you'll love the monster and character designs. Ooh, okay. All right, Mr. Natsume, it's time. Let's go. Yes! This is it. My second appearance in a British courtroom. And my second trial against the Reaper. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because this time, I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my clients to the last. Just like you believed in me. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. Looking forward to the new movie, which will cover the events of volume 12 to 13. Best Girl finally shows up. Oh man.
Hopefully it turns out good.
Okay. Whew. Oh! Why is the maid in the jury? That's not how jury works. They're supposed to be impartial. She has a connection. Get her out of here. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed. Sorry, what? Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur. Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try and help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance.
Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description.
Susato-san.
After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent.
Very true, and a most fascinating, if dark, trial it was, too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Here's to the acquitted and his unfortunate violent end. Thank you, counsels. I see both sides are in fine fettle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public? You never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone. Would that be fair? If I called him out for lying in the previous trial, does that still make him impartial?
Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear.
You look like First. Just in a different outfit. Oh wait, maybe the eyebrows are different actually.
Oh well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. I'm afraid to say I think it's quite possible that mustached foreigner did the deed.
She's very much not impartial. She's very partial. Come on, what are we waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway.
Sorry, didn't quite catch that.
Very well, let us proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Zykes. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with a rising power in the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. And while our country has extended its foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably, the kindness has not been returned. In fact, the student is accused of the most sinister act. of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who has nothing to do, or who's doing nothing but walking down the street. A knife crime? I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst. Bloody oath they are. From experience! You're very partial, sir! Please get up here! What was your name? Fairweather? Or what was it? Like, get out of here.
Just look at that sallow complexion, short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese. Why are you being racist?
A knife crime, that's a little on the point, right? Come on, let's get this over with. With me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Just not even started. And he's like, yep, he's guilty.
Sorry, didn't quite catch that.
Pray, forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hollowed chalice here in this great chamber. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. Very well. Bailiff, send the inspector in, please. Okay. Oh. I didn't think that you would be on the trial? But okay. I guess it makes sense. Your name and occupation, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard. Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector? The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. I beg your pardon, Inspector. Thought to be? Yes. Having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since. What? So they don't even know who she is for sure? Comatose. I see, but her life is not in danger. Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray, elaborate on the details, Inspector. Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at this street map. I like the implementation of this in the previous edition of the tabletop work. Everyone has to nominate a character of their army as warlord, but the Alpha Legion can retroactively change their warlord if they're slain. I'm Alfarius, another character declares, and now that one is considered the warlord for rules purposes? Well, at least you understand what Rocket is talking about. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago, at around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles. It had not long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. But why, like... I don't know. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals, but being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far. It's like I'm Spartacus, but the army's general instead of the leader of the slave. Oh, okay. Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please. Okay. Okay. What of the weapon that was used? Sir, I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back. Ouch, that big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. It's just a pocket knife. With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody would have been able to stab the poor woman. Even the scragged-looking Soseki-san, I suppose. A common or garden jackknife, I would say, rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence. The jackknife has been... okay. A large but commonplace folding knife. Okay. It comes from the lore thing where every member of the Alpha League is just as likely nefarious as the next. Okay. Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume? From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems like she's a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pinching, my lord. I see. Well, in that case, are we looking at some deep-seated resentment towards the victim? I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting secondhand shops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, didn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim.
Yes!
If theft and grievance has been ruled out as the motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have had for stabbing the young woman? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that, in a totally unjustified, heavy-handed way.
Objection!
Just imagine that's hit someone in the face. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery, but your words have sourced its hallowed bouquet. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. What? Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student. Yes, sir. The game rule is like the one trace in the infinite where you kill him and you can swap out an allied necrom with a... Anyway. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else around but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he'd just bought, he was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. He was. It was just a matter of working out whose the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him. Old books, you say? Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime, taken immediately after the incident. Yes, I can clearly see the books to which you are referring. I'll take the photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector. You Nipponese are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat. What the heck, dude? Okay, let me look at this real quick. Yeah, nothing really standing out immediately. Like, the books probably come into play, but as of right now, can we look at this in greater detail? That's an interesting little detail. Ouch, look here, Mr. Naruhodo, just at the tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing. You're right. Well spotted, Miss Susato. I wonder what could have happened to it. Yes, you don't think it could still be lodged in the victim, do you? Oh dear, I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful. Ugh, that's hurting my back just thinking about it. Yeah, other than that, not seeing anything particular on the knife. But the tip of that knife might come in handy at one point here. Okay. Okay. Meal. Okay. So I'm thinking at one point, the books in the photo will get titles, and then we'll be like, those aren't what he bought. That's what happens when you hit bone, it breaks off and oh gosh, I don't want to think about that. I'm denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Well, forgive me, Lord Van Zykes, but the defendant is not denying everything as you put it. What are you doing, Miss Susato? Do go on. Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now you mention it. When we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us about what had all happened. Reminded me of 999, where Ace gloats about how it felt to stab Clover, right? My goodness. Man, that just makes me think, like, I can't wait for the next Isomnium Files to come out. I don't know when it's coming out, but I want it so bad. Welcome back, Sean. As I was walking along the accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me, a woman wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed into the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings. A green overcoat. Well, that's exactly what the woman in the print is wearing.
Oh my, a photographic print in full color. What will the world come up with next?
Just gotta get that Soparilla and do his time skip right. I'll be fine. I've just located a rig. What? I'm feeling it move with the gross. Oh gosh, there's part of me just imagine a foreign. Oh gosh, no. My goodness. Oh, you dislocated a rib. Okay, anyway. The defendant has done more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean that he's guilty of a heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back. There was nobody else there at the time, just the two of them, the victim and the accused. Well, what about the people who witnessed it? Explain that to me, Lord Zeeks. In other words, there is nobody else who could possibly have stabbed the woman. A fact that the accused concedes. Oh. I'm like finishing the last bit of my popcorn. Well, it seems this cross-examination could prove pivotal, counsel. Proceed, please. Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. Okay. So, moved funny and it popped out of place. I don't think I ever went back. Oh no. Unusually light fog. Stability was reasonably good. No one else. How can it be foggy and reasonably good? Because actually, yeah, I don't think we have evidence for it, but I think he did say something about it being super foggy. He stopped from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books that he just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke who arrested him. Okay, well, let's just go ahead and press on everything. A light fog, you say? Because I'm pretty sure one of these lines is going to give us some evidence to go off of, because I can't think of anything to, like, to show him. Well, light for London. You can see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much farther, though. That's light, is it? Around these parts, yes. Not something I'd expect a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course. I've read that London is famous for its fog, but in my country, people usually imagine that gives a city a rather beautiful appearance. How quaint. Yes, well, it's not something us Londoners tend to romanticize, as I expect you can appreciate. I see. At this time of year, the fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm. Oof. Indeed, the other day I was very nearly trampled by horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling. Ugh, Susato-san and I should definitely remember to stop, look, and listen. However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. A fact no doubt lamented by the accused. I don't know, I remember him saying it's pretty heavy, but we don't have anything to, like, present about it. How are you able to state that with any certainty? Quite simply, my learned friend, because that is what the witness to this crime has told us. Did I just misremember? It was before the break, so maybe I did. Ah, yes. Inspector Gregson mentioned the witnesses yesterday, didn't he? Oh wait, no, the witnesses. That's right, one of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard. Okay, I'm gonna look and see if, like, maybe we have something in the court record about him mentioning... absolutely not, no. Absolutely do not have evidence for that. That is correct, ma'am. And we must hear their testimony. The prosecution will of course call them to the stand should it be necessary. But wait a minute. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon in the middle of winter, it would have been dark already. No matter how light the fog might have been, no one could have seen... I am unaware of the situation in your tiny island at the east. But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated in night by gas streetlights. The prosecution believes there have been ample light by which to witness the crime. Okay, so that's probably why one of the witnesses is a policeman. Quite. Here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness. Which means we really need to hear those witnesses' statements. If I could just get through the fog of this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to. It seems the counsel for the defense is taking stock. Continue with their testimony, Inspector. Okay, so let's press on this one. From behind, you say? That's right. Yeah, you can see all from this print. Yes, quite so, Inspector. The handle of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. And you say this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in a critical condition, comatose no less. I'm afraid so, my lord, yes. She's being treated at Bart's. I was hopeful that she'd come around before the trial started so I could take a statement, but it wasn't to be. Yes, that is indeed a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of events. Luck is on your client's side, it seems. Huh? On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky. Your force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbingly wide eyes, I'm afraid. Ugh. Okay. Mr. Natsume's belongings? I think you'll find it's all there in the photographic print of the crime scene. Yes, the 3 books on the floor. That's right, my lord. Second-hand books they were. Irreparably damaged after falling in the snow, of course. Irreparably, that's it. The accused could easily have carried all 3 books in one hand, which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example. He's very clever, isn't he? How are you able to...
Oh no, you want me to do the ooh voice? Okay, let me have a little timer for that. There we go. What do you mean? How are you doing, Dragon Ball, by the way? He's made it very hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsume has hands full with his books. He's managed to close the one avenue of escape we might have had before we even knew where it was there. I mean, honestly, those are pretty thick books. Like, those are pretty thick. Let me see. Very thick. Well, 2 of them are. One of them's kind of average size, I suppose. But, like, I feel like it would be kind of difficult to carry all 3 of them in one arm. Still white bit of suffering. Oh no, what kind of suffering? You mean to say that the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust his knife into the woman's back? That must be what happened, my lord. Yes. Okay, those being okay. So, hold that. What do you mean? The defendant apparently visits a second-hand shop on a daily basis. Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature. I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of this scholarly attention, reading obligatory things and drawing hard. Yeah, drawing hard. But yeah, hopefully you don't have to suffer for too long. You get to have a little break at one point, perhaps. The books room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector? Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. Okay, so the closest second-hand book on the accused lodgings is this place here, Bourbon Books. It's a little place on the corner of Briar Road in a Meerschaum Street. Okay, so that's his lodgings. As it appears, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the lowest upper side of Wire Road at the opposite end, which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he's taking home. Okay. Something like this. The local maps. Okay, so it's been updated. So that's going to be important. Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would quite certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from the particular shop. Mr. Navajo, though. I think that what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance. Yes, I agree. That's probably why it got updated, nonetheless. The most important point that the inspector just made being the... oh heck. Would it be the location? Does it say your books? Wait, that's a different place. That's a different place, isn't it? Inspector book, where was it? Bourbon Books, yeah, the place! The name of the place! It's not the right place! Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor? What? Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance. Maybe? Oh, well, you know. I mean, yes. It could be very important clue. Very well. Not that I see it being of any great importance, but please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Yes, sir, my lord. Whatever you say. Could the man be any more sardonic? Okay, let's see. I got you now, buddy. I got you in the corner. On his way from Bourbon Books? Not likely. Yeah, we're gonna show you. He was not at there. He was here. If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson. What is it, Sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know. This is a receipt from when we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident and details of the purchase of 3 second-hand books. And you found that in the accused room, did you? Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books. Your Books? Y-O-R-E, I presume? Yes, my lord. So Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at the second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books. What? Inspector, do you know of this other bookshop?
Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand shop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that, well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it. But in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it. Yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchases musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. However, I disagree. I mean, after all, I have the street map here, if that might help. Oh, yes, thank you. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books, then yes, he would almost certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Books, it may very well turn out to be that he wouldn't have passed that location at all. Could it be? My, it rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility. Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said? Absolutely. It absolutely could be right. Absolutely, 100%, possibly. Inspector Gregson, where is this Your Books established? It's gonna be like right next to where she died. Or got stabbed. Well, obviously we looked into that. It turns out that Your Books is just here on the next corner of the Merchhelm Street going east. Oh. Okay. So we could have still taken the same route, because that's technically a shorter route to go along Merchhelm Street and then down. And there you have it. As you can clearly see now. Oh. My learned Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown, the way he regales with such witticisms. To your future career in the circus. Grr, you put that glass down or I'll put it down for you. I, didn't think I needed to spell it out, but here we go. If the accused was coming home from your books instead of bourbon books, there's no doubt he still would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed. Yes, thank you, Inspector. Ugh. I mean, obviously he did see the victim. Like, he said so in his testimony. Unless he saw another person that just fell down on the ground. Allow me to reiterate for my learned, if somewhat slow, Nipponese friend. Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. We tried. As I expected, you can't fool me, and I don't suggest you try. What did I say? I've had enough of this now. Beg your pardon, terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that? Mr. Naruhodo, we mustn't give up. What do you mean? If the prosecution's assertion is correct, the members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty. She's absolutely right. We must think. We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully. They claim Saseki-san must have passed the location of the incident on his way home from your books, but... no! He went the long way! The assertions just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed! Please? Be fundamentally flawed? Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. When returning from your books to his lodging, he could have went the long way. Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, this isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. If the defendant used these streets, look what happens. He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked. Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way around. I mean, maybe it's scenic. Maybe he likes that route a little bit more. Maybe there's someone who's on the route that you suggested that's like super stinky that he just doesn't want to. Maybe there's a racist down there. Like, honestly, with how some of these people have been treating us, I wouldn't put it past a character to be just like actually racist towards him. On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home? Well, just... No, I'm only just calling it out. Because, like, from the first moment we've seen Van Zeeks, it's just like, I don't like your tone that you're using with us. But it's like, honestly, like, there could be a racister along that street that he just doesn't want to be near. They've been going off about inferior and Easterners are right. So yeah, it's very plausible that that's the case. I'm not devouring anything. There's a pair of chopsticks that was in front of my stream deck. Like, they always make a comment about how much better they are, right? So like I'm saying, it could be a plot point. It very well could be. Like one of the witnesses could be just like absolutely like the most racist that they would be allowed to in an E-rated game. Devour chopsticks, good source of... No, these are metal chopsticks. That's why you can hear them. That's why it was able to be heard while I was moving. But yes, I probably should clean my desk a little bit. It's gone. It's not as bad, but good source of materials, I suppose. The answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings. It is the obvious perpetrator of this crime. Need more irony? No, it's fine. But yes, I got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home. I have already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. That's right. As I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. So yeah, he likes walking around. He enjoys the walk home. So he took the long way. That day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home. So that's enough proof that he went the other way. Walkies are nice, right? I don't believe this. I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around the subject. Like, literally? You both proved your point and also, proved your point wrong in the same breath. Pray, what say you insightful jurors? You were both like, he likes to wander, but also who would go the long way? Oh gosh, I don't even know what he said to warrant this happening. I agree with Lord Van Zykes. Of course you would. Okay, what were we thinking? But even if that's the case, the defense still, okay. Wholeheartedly, in every way. What? I don't believe it. Does this mean... This is the entirety of Ace Attorney, people contradicting themselves in the exact same breath, right? It's just finding the way to I know you're wrong, but I have nothing to prove it. We members of this jury are completely convinced now. Very well. In that case, I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
Guilty.
Oh.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Why y'all voiced? Okay, well now we gotta contradict them. This'll be fine. It would appear the jury's leaning is unanimous. To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably. Mr. Naruhodo. No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I have to tip the balance of the scales in the other way. I have to turn this around. Somehow. Those are the eyes of Quarry, not yet willing to give up and die. So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial. Rights of the defense written in the antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago. Call it antiquated if you will. But it's the defense's prerogative to carry out a summonation examination if it so chooses. Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with the summonation examination. Sir, you have not answered if you like dino nuggets in one day. We must put you down. Oh no! My Moizakun is off in the distance. I'll pew pew. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with that Nipponese whippersnapper and his uncas refusal to throw in his alley. Very well then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Walk this way to the nugget pit. You will be consumed by the dino nuggies and become one yourself. For pity's sake, that little Nipponese oddity already admitted it himself, didn't he? If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why can it only have been the victim? Insert Squidward walking sounds. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. Do 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 do. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. I really don't care. Can't we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing. Your books. Yes, nice shop that. But bourbon books, no, not worth a visit. Oh gosh, this one's less obvious. At least to me. With only minor exceptions, the reasons for finding the defendants guilty are all too clear. I think there's like half of them aren't even reasons, right? Like the one was just like, I just want to leave. Like, can we just be done with this? Say, I want to go home already. When the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant then fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already. Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now. Why did he have to turn away like that? And how are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible. How can I possibly make a case for the defense? Mr. Naruhodo, this is no time for grumbling. If we want to force the trial to continue. Yes, I know. I have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their minds. Well, 4 of them at least. Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward. You have the floor, counsel. Begin your summonation examination. Yes, my lord. Okay. I just need to keep this trial going somehow, whatever it takes. Come on, Ryunosuke, you can do it. Okay. Okay. So, Oddity already admitted it himself. Woman in green collapsed before his eyes. I'm thinking like maybe having hers against the maids, but I'm not 100% sure on that. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. I really don't care. Can we just wrap this up? I got work to be doing. Your books, night shop, but bourbon books? No, not worth the visit. We can press. So we can maybe press instead?
Hold it!
Excuse me, but aren't you? Yes, that's right. I was in the witness stand myself just 2 days ago. Yes, I had a feeling I knew your face, or the side of it anyway. If I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you? That's right. After the gold rush down under, I came back to London to work. And it was all going swimmingly until you started fossicking around. Bruce Fairplay was a man of repute. Sorry? Don't think I've forgotten how you treated me the other day. You had me and the young hatter pegged as criminals. Oh, well, you know, water under the bridge. Now there's all sorts of rumors buzzing around, and the police have been badgering me non-stop. If I could turn back the clock. Well, anyway, I don't know about the hatter, but at least I'm in the clear now. And free to make up my own mind about who's guilty and who isn't. Thank goodness. Alright, maybe I might struggle to change this guy's mind given our awkward history. Oh dear, I wonder what's become of Mr. First now. I don't know, because this person reminds me of Mr. First, but I think the brows are wrong. But I don't know. I'll press you. But you can't deny that there are some other routes Mr. Natsume could have taken back from your books. Oh yes, like you drew on the map, you mean? What was that? Calabash Road or something? Precisely. But it seems to me that what counts is whether the little Japanese fellow actually went that way or not. Well, yes, that's true. And at that moment, there's no proof that shows that he did, is there? Well, yes, that's true as well. And as I understand it, the accused himself doesn't remember which way he went, does he? Well, yes, that's annoyingly true. Winter nights are dark and cold, so the way I see it, you'd want to get home as quickly as possible. Well, yes. Why is all this true? So really, the only thing that makes sense is that we went home along Briar Road. He went. I suppose I'm supposed to be convincing you here. I have given it a lot of thought, you know. I didn't just make up my mind on a whim before he did. I mean, if there was some logical reason why he might have gone to Calabash Road way, it'd be different. I'd be happy to reconsider my position in that case. Honest, I would. A reason why Saseki-san might have taken the longer way home. Yes, a good reason. I don't imagine you'll be able to sway this young man's opinion without one. So maybe... he might give me some information. And then we can pit him against the other guy. Sorry. Fold did you say? Fold what? No. What I said was hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often? I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the way you're all talking about. And what time do you visit your books on the day in question? Well, I was picking out books in there all afternoon, and it would have been just before 5 that I left. Oh? Just before 5? That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're talking about. Just before 5, you say, exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time? Oh, yes, no mistake there. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry, not after the dreadful time I had. What do you mean? Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice and donked my head. Calabash Road? Oh. Never mind. If it was Merchelm Street, I would be like, oh, but it's Calabash Road. That ice. So that even makes it less likely that he would have went down that road. It's always worse after the snow stopped falling. That's when it's most slippery. Knocked myself clean out, I did. I really thought my number was up. Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road. That's right. I live in Cornpipe, you see. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books. Juror number 6, I must insist that you add that information to your formal statement. It may very well be extremely significant. Sorry. Extremely sick? No, I'm quite all right now. Probably not even being added. Seems a shiver down my spine to hear the members of the jury so convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt. But I can't help feeling that some of their opinions are rather subjective. I agree, it's the irrelevance of what some of them are saying that sends a shiver down my spine. Still, at least some of their assertions don't actually incriminate Mr. Natsume or anything. That's something. We must use that to our advantage, Mr. Naruhodo, cunningly. Yes, you're right. Let's listen to the jurors again, carefully. And if any of their assertions are at odds, I'll pit them mercilessly. Okay, yeah. Yes, don't hold back. Pit them all against each other. I don't even know if we're gonna get more information from pressing them, honestly. Attacked from behind. Collapsed before his eyes. I'm gonna save. Because this is the only thing that, like, I can think of. I know that we're gonna have to pit more people against each other, but... Maybe?
Objection!
No, the music's still going. It's probably not right. These two statements clearly contradict each other. I'm sorry, but as foreman of the jury, I have to object. It's complete nonsense. Okay, sorry. Sorry, I'll use my sands of time to go back. I'm sorry. Okay, maybe I'll pit the other one that I was thinking of.
Objection! Hold it!
No, not that one either. Maybe I do have to press.
Hold it!
It's like, I don't think I'll get much, but there's probably something hidden in one of theirs. You're right that at the time of the incident, the defendant admits to having seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him. Well, quite. That's precisely my point. Clearly, that someone wearing green was the victim. And clearly, that funny little Nipponese man with the disturbing mustache is the culprit. But let us not forget, madam, the defendant vehemently denies attacking the woman. Why, of course he does. If he admits to stabbing her, his life is over. That man is obviously a liver-faced coward, honestly, claiming the victim simply collapsed before his eyes. But if that's a lie, if that's a lie as you're suggesting, do you not think he would have concocted something more credible? Oh, I really couldn't say. After all, you are foreign. Who's to say what goes through your funny little minds? Wow. I could tell you what's going through my funny little mind right now, but you wouldn't like it. I do declare the man who has already made the admission. He himself has stated that there was nobody else around. Surely the conclusion is obvious. Yeah, that's absolutely a form of racism. No one else could possibly have committed this awful crime. Ugh. If no one else could have done it, the accused must be the man. Clearly, it couldn't be more simple. Your argument is compelling in its simplicity, I must admit. Oh my, you are too kind, my lord. That went well for her. Little Nipponese oddity already admitted it himself. Said that the woman in green collapsed before his eyes. Why it can only have been the victim. Gone around... The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back to the bookshop, not in winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind. How dreadful. Really don't care. Oh! That did get added, actually. Whoops. Playing Pokemon. Oh, nice. The Scarlet and Violet, yeah? Shiny hunting noise. So I guess we would put these two together, yeah?
Objection!
Yay! Those two statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning. No, but I do need to beat Scarlet and Violet. Yeah, I do too. I think I'm like maybe halfway through. A flaw? What are you talking about, counsel? Well, juror number 2? Juror number 6? My, whatever do you mean, sir? I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There is at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to your books and purchased a number of secondhand titles. He then returned home on foot. But the man says he had no recollection of his return journey. That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in the green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. Yes, we are well aware of this. The poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously. Can we really be sure of that, madam? My, whatever do you mean? I'm sure you have heard the juror number 6 accounts of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim.
Hello, Sakai. How are you doing?
Tis I after a long time of touching grass.
Welcome. How do you have words of wisdom after touching said grass?
Who was wearing a green overcoat and fell over on the icy streets in the neighborhood.
Oh my.
My goodness, you mean... That's right. I'm referring, of course, to hard of hearing juror number 6. Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman in the end of the bench here with me today? That is entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. Well, look at that. My goodness me.
Sorry, you need to pee.
And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell. On Calabash Road. Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly, you don't own an air fryer. Grass is itchy. Oh no. Just found a shiny starly noise. Hopefully you catch it. Fingers crossed for ya. The crime scene on Briar Road, where the woman was stabbed, was not on his way home. Oh my. You idiot old man. If you hadn't been so daft as to be roaming around there, we'd have boxed this off hours ago. And really, what were you thinking wearing such a befuddled coat? What did you say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk these streets these days, Is it a crime to slip over on the ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat, is it?
My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but...
You'd like to change your leaning, I presume?
I do declare that I would. I should like to call a verdict of not guilty.
Thank you. And I would too. What? Is it a crime to change your mind? Is it? Well... Okay, so... So I think we have to press someone else to get enough information to really turn the tides.
Well done, Mr. Nadahodo. That was wonderful.
Well, we've managed to change a couple of minds at least. It's strengthened our position somewhat.
Yes, and it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not.
Now, if we could just identify one more clue or discrepancy that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume, we might be able to tip the balance completely. Yes, that's exactly what we've got to do. Van Zieks is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent, by whatever means we have at our disposal. What kind of sorcery are they using in this courtroom? What is swaying down these scales? That's a good question. Magic. Thank you, counsel. On with the summonation examination, please. Yes, my lord. Got him. Nice!
Got the shiny.
Okay. So who didn't I question? I haven't questioned either of these two. So I will actually question you, I think. There's another, oh my gosh. Wait, which one are you in? You said that you weren't in Scarlet and Violet, but like... Are there Starlies in... I almost call it Pokemon Ishun, but that's not it. The ye old Pokemon one? Arceus, yeah. I think that's when they like started bringing up the shiny rate, right? Pokemon Ishin, yes, that's Arceus. Yes. I got that Yakuza brain rot. It's okay. It's fine.
Whatever's the matter, young man?
No, a while ago. Oh, like Really? I thought it was Arceus that they upped it, but was it the previous one? You're the wife of Mr. Garadeb, aren't you? The landlord who rents Mr. Natsume's room. The master's wife? Where did you get that idea, sir? I'm the maid. The maid, you understand? Don't tell anybody. She's keeping up that charade. Ugh, this is going to be awkward. No, Arceus has mechanics attached to finding a shiny, so it's a lot easier. Okay, there's just more spawns, so... Oh, yeah. Okay, that's right. Because they spawn so much, it brings the rate up, essentially. There's just more spawns, so it feels like they erased it. Yeah. Okay. Why didn't you mention this yesterday? That you'd be selected for the jury on this trial, I mean? Well, I was told not to mention it to anyone until the day of the trial, you see. It was in the letter I received. The instructions were very clear, so I'm afraid I had no choice. Plus all the Pokemon are on the overworld and they play a sound. They're easy to find, yeah. I think, it's easier to find it in Arceus than it is in Scarlet and Violet, because they do appear in the overworld, but they don't have a sound. Do they have a... They show in the overworld the shiny, right? I think they do. I think that's how I found my shiny Murkrow in there. For some reason, Scarlet and Violet removed the sound, right? Probably they were like, this makes it like too easy. Just scream so loud, oh my gosh. I see. Anyway, Miss Natsume, the defendant takes your lodgings in your master's house, doesn't he? Yes, that's right. Although he's only been in a little over a week now. And in that time, surely you must have taken stock of his character. Does Mr. Natsume looks like the kind of man who would commit a crime such as this? Scarlet and Violet is well known to be scuffed as heck. Absolutely. Even when they were showing like the trailer for like more information for the DLC during the direct, it was just like, oof, that frame rate. But you know, in general, it's scuffed. Now, Scarlet and Violet was just poorly made. Everybody knows that, considering all the bugs, graphical corner cutting, and yeah. Oh goodness me, yes, he's just the sort. What? Spending all his time in that dark and dingy room sporting that unscrupulous mustache. The man never speaks, and don't get me started on those shifty eyes. All the neighbors are talking about him. I've heard them, you know. People think he must be building a bomb in there or something. Oh dear, poor Mr. Natsume. How could people say such things about him? He's just a harmless bookworm. Nothing more. Well, you just called him a worm, so... Anyway, I'd better be careful about inviting this maid to speak. She's said enough damning things already. I swear I'm gonna start a shiny race soon, oh my gosh. Fun fact, Tears of the Kingdom has the exact same graphical quality of Scarlet and Violet, but because they keep everything stylistically consistent and added proper shading and fogging to the overworld, it looks bright. Yeah. I think there was a Twitter post that I saw that was like... they basically took the fog away from Tears of the Kingdom, and they were just like, yeah, that does make a lot of difference. It was like, this looks like it was made by Game Freak. The man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes. Don't get clever with me now, son. My life's on the line too, and so is my family's. Lex, if you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat, and neither do the wife and kids. Oh, I see. That must be very hard. I go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of the year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left and right and center. They're after cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's hard slog from dawn till dusk it is. So you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you? That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just around the corner from when it all happened, by that old bookshop. Oh, that's a good enough reason. What? Another coincidence? That's right. Meerschaum Street it was. Meerschaum Street. On the map, Mr. Naruhodo, there's only 3 named streets. Juror number 5, I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please. What's the point of that? Can't we just take this business get this business over with now? Please, sir, it's important. Fine, I'll do it then. Yes, please. On the day it happened, I was digging up, yeah, pit, go in the pit. Pit! Alive, maybe, hopefully. These two statements are clearly at odds with one another. At odds, counsel. Explain yourself. Please don't point. It wasn't me, I swear. What? I just want this done and dusted. Well, juror number 3. Oh, me, sir? What do you mean? Juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implication of what's being said on the map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of secondhand books. On the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Merchhelm Street, making it impassable. That means the defendant's route home could not have been taken along Merchhelm Street and down Briar Road. Oh, yes, of course. What do you think, sir? Well, yes, you can't argue with that, really, can you? We must have had a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. So, the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have. I suppose that must be right, eh? Juror number 3 said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, but we see now that he had no choice. Yes! My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may? Yes? I don't think in all good conscience that I can say the man's guilty now. Yes, I'd like to see this trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. Okay. What about you, sir? Who, me? Well, alright then. There's a hole in the prosecution's argument, it should be filled in, that's what I say. Well, that summonation examination is concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The ayes 2, the noes 4. So the noes have it. Not guilty, they say. Which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue.
Objection!
No. Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my hollowed chalice moments after raising an objection? Only to crush it in disgust? Pray, forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks? Loves his wine right, and his theatrics. It seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean? I mistakenly credit these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by the Eastern entertainer. Whatever do you mean?
Objection!
Got 4 nat shinies and 4 of them are now Starlies. Oh my gosh. You're just gonna have a Starly army. I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth. Indeed. Stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road, as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of pavement, which you have excavated, sir? That's right, took me a whole day and they paid me a measly tuppence for it. Now, my learned Nipponese friend, tell me, do you have any notion for the distance that 2 yards represents? A lot? If I'm honest, I don't have a clue, no. 2 yards is a little less than 2 meters. Oh, less than 2 meters? That's not much at all. In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? Me? Well, I can't say you're wrong, no. What? And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of yours, of your works? What? I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have had a hope of passing anyway, and we just turned any gentlefolk back when they came. Kids just jump right over us all the time. The accused is no gentleman as far as I can see. That's rude. I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench with his meanderings around town.
Is that true? Is it?
The incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt on his way back to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road. Another word for the ban list. Right. Crushed in a single sentence. And, old man. Old man, you can talk! You say that at around 5 o'clock on the day in question you slipped and fell on Calaplash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese man behind you at the time? Who's to know who's behind them? Oh, I can't say I remember. You don't remember? It's behind him, and he fell. How about a wager, my learned friend? You say that this old man. You say it was this old man that the accused saw, but I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. Oh my gosh. Order! Lord Van Zykes, explain yourself. My lord, if you had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not proffer it during the summonation examination? Because I didn't feel like it until now. I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. Ugh. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel. The cape is off, I'm now serious. So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. What are you talking about? My lord. The prosecution requests permission to call its next witness to the stand. Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses. Its next witnesses? Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses of the incident. Yes, I remember. One of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less. I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness. All right. No matter who Van Zykes brings to the stand as his witnesses, no matter what they say, I believe in Soseki-san. I know he's innocent, and I'll keep believing to the very end, until this battle is over. Why did my gamer subs make that noise? Hello? Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court.
Constable Rolly Beat, sir. Nothing to report on the streets, sir.
Oh, he's sleepy.
And I'm Miss Beat. Patricia's my name, and I'm proud to say I'm this young town's hero's wife.
What's the story here?
Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day. Okay, one of these kind of couples. No, it was your husband I was talking about. He seems tired. Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before, actually. Indeed, apart from the rare days off, our gallant officers trudge every 20 miles a day, you know. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check that meters are reading true, and they're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our streetlights. There are a number of items on that list that don't sound much like policing duties at all. I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet, I'd have collapsed long ago. But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. For the London Bobby is a man of honor.
and a man of slumber. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat?
That's right, sir. Isn't it, Rolly?
Constable Rolly Beat, sir. Nothing to report on the street, sir. What a great witness he's going to be. Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident. Yes, sir! Just passes out.
Okay, what do we got? What do we got for you? It was our wedding anniversary and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, 2 silhouettes appeared out in the fog in the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, then the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and went to help at a nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Rolly and I both saw him as clear as day.
Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say.
Oh dear, this policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume as at the scene. If their testimony is true, the alternative course of events that you established in the summonation examination will be quashed.
It's death knell, in fact, because that alternative was never viable in the first place. What an unfortunate bechancing, and on your wedding anniversary too.
Oh, I know, but I still managed to go out for the event with my man. I thank the Lord for that.
Gosh, the life of a London bobby sounds very hard indeed. Indeed. However, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon. What do you mean by that? My learned friend, the witnesses, saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it is without a doubt the accused, Mr. Saseki Natsume, and one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less. So you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I assume, or I'm sure. Except that the man's so tired his wife has to do all the talking. Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense, commence the cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Okay. Whew. Okay. Where were you going out for food? No time to change after work, you say? Are you also a member of the police, Miss Beat?
Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply.
Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can't you?
I think Rolly looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It suits you down the ground,
doesn't it, darling?
He's so tired.
Oh, what? I just finished my beat. Pat and I headed back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there. Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy.
Oh no, Rolly, I much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes.
Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy. Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you had finished your beat for the day, correct? That's right, yes, although I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. But policing is my life, sir. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I'll serve my country and my queen to the end. What's that now? My warrant card, sir. Proof that I'm a London copper. It was the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty to patrol the streets of London town, uphold the peace of the common man. Sir, and it's just a noble cause I cover 20 miles every single day without fail and without a grumble, because I know that the plodding of my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure. So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then. But sir, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Miss Beat puts in a lot of puts up with a lot to be married to a Bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Oh, what a charming couple. Their young love is such a joy to behold, if a little over the top, perhaps. And then, kindly describe what happened next.
Anyway, 2 silhouettes appeared out of the fog of the pavement in front of us.
Who are they? Who are the bodies? 2 silhouettes?
That's right, they were coming towards us, walking up Briar's Road in the opposite direction. They were a rather plump figure, followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. That does sound exactly like the victim as pictured in this print, and like Mr. Natsume.
Yes, unfortunately it does. And you're certain that at that time there was nobody else nearby?
Oh yes, quite certain. It was dark, but there are streetlights on Briar Road, you see. There was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling?
What? Yes, that's right, of course. There was a light fog on the ground. But Briar Road is dead straight and you can see a fairly long way down the pavement. And then there's the street lighting as well. I didn't see any other pedestrians. Before sleep takes a firm hold, your answer please, Mr. Beat. Are you quite sure of what you've just said? Yes, sir. As a copper who spends all day every day keeping watch of the streets, I'd swear to it, sir. I'm sure as my love for Patricia is true. Oh, Pat, oh, Rolly. They're still maintaining that there is no one else around other than the victim and the attacker. It's starting to seem like that must be how it really happened.
It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run.
Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He's fled the scene all too convincingly. Thank you. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moments that followed? One of them just collapsed on the floor, the other scattered something before running off. Okay, so, I feel like that might be a thing of like the direction where he ran, maybe? Scattered something. What do you mean by that?
Oh, well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time, but then when we got closer, we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling?
Yes, that's right. It was some old books. I see. Old books. Yes, sir, the culprit had dropped a number of them all around where the victim lay on the pavement. Indeed, as clearly pictured in this photographic print. That rotten Japanese man did that when he did the deed. What were the books that were dropped? Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. But we saw him. It was the man in the dock without question, sir. The mustache, the hunched back, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose. Everything. Any more insults you want to throw in?
That's right, he looked down at that poor defenseless woman with those terrifying, intense eyes, and then suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away.
I see. This is tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth here. May I remind the court that this ambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Now please, continue. Man, I could have sworn that was something that was going to show up in this one. Yes, sir! Darn. We ran straight over, of course, and went for help at a nearby police box. How close was it? Was it your husband who went to fetch help?
No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am a proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling?
Yes, that's right. I asked Mrs. Beat to go. I was off duty by that point, but Bobby's never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obligated to stay and guard the scene. Very laudable, Mr. Beat. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance. That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box. Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box? Depends on the crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat, so I told Patricia the way to the police box for the beat the incident fell under so she could go and report it.
I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There's nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know?
And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of two model citizens.
Oh, please, you're making us blush. Isn't he, darling?
Yes, sir. What Patricia said, sir. Let's move on, shall we? Okay, this is the last one. It was definitely that. Well, what is it? It probably wasn't. But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you?
We absolutely could. Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know.
Right.
The light from the street lamp was more than enough. And my husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he?
Yes, and what of the fog? He needs an infant to Ratatouille. Maybe it's too early in their marriage. I think so, yeah. We're famous for it around the globe, I believe, but it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course.
Oh, it is, it is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your arm.
Yes, all right, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about?
The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why we can tell you for sure and certain that it's what it was that little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling?
What? Yes. It was the accused, no mistake. The mustache, the hunched back, the cat-like eyes, the top mouth, the snub nose. Unmistakable, sir. As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Soseki-san that they saw running away from the scene of the crime. So that's it, is it? That's their entire testimony? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beat saw what they saw or what they say they saw. Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on Briar Road that day.
Yes, I feel the same.
So if that's true, where does it leave us? The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony. Oh no! Then what do we do? If Kazuma-sama were here... What are you trying to say? I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony. What do you mean, somewhere else? Their statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. But if you could identify some other part of their testimony that appears to contradict the fact, you might be able to discredit them, to make the jury doubt if their pair's memories of the day was accurate. Oh, right. Put simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy of the statements somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion. Why do I always seem to be so up against it? Mr. Lawyer, sir? Can I ask you something? Oh, yes, of course. What is it?
Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so... It seems like you don't believe our testimony, is that right? Is it? Well, out with it!
What? No. Oh, no, that's not really it at all.
My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail, everything, oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped?
Are we gonna add it to the testimony? I could tell you the names of every single one I could, every single one. Then tell us. That'll be very important.
And you dare to question how reliable my testimony is?
That will do, Miss Beat.
No, it won't do at all. That Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that really will.
I really don't mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fists down. Please add the books to your testimony, please. Perchance you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Miss Beat. Yes. Might that appease you? Please?
Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling? He says yes. I could even tell you the names of the 4 books he dropped at the scene. Oh, yeah? Wait, 4? Oh, you messed up. You messed up. There are 3 books, you nerd. So, you're saying there were 4 books? That's right. I remember all of them. The picture of Monsieur somebody, what's it, yearnings, a meal for someone, and thingamy something. I remember them clear as day. Most of them is gibberish, though. A picture, a meal, and yearnings. Okay. Picture, meal, and yearnings. Those do match. But... I'm sorry, Mrs. Beat. But there's a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours. Oh no, what? What flaw? Simply that, at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4. What? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see, there are only 3 books. But no, that can't be. I saw them. Oh, I know what this is. Yeah, you can't fool me. Sorry? It's that big old lump of a dead body. The lady's so large, her corpse is blocking the view of the 4th book, that's all. Let's at least try to remember that the poor woman isn't dead, even if we're insulting her size. No, I'm sorry, Mrs. Bede. But Mr. Natsume could not possibly have dropped all the 4 books you describe. Why not? Fascinating. And from your assured tone, something you can readily substantiate as with evidence, I presume. Ah, evidence. I got it right here. You don't have to worry. Cancel, you will pull... What? Cancel, you present evidence to substantiate your claim or withdraw it. Well, the list of books that he bought, there's only 3. The evidence is right here, in the form of this bookshop receipt. From your books? The armband for sure, absolutely. Yes, this receipt details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day, but as you can see, only 3 books are listed. No. Therefore, Mr. Natsume would only have dropped 3 books at the scene of the crime. Which means that your powers of observation, madam, cannot be relied upon. So it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could you could very well be mistaken. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no, no! Yeah, that's right. That's right. It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend. What? What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene, a fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. So you've striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair? He sees right through me. But your plan has somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony. In every respect. Oh! You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene on Brer Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found. But what about the photographic print? It only shows 3 books. Quite right. Only 3 can be seen in that print. That print? You mean to say, but the receipt! The receipt! Allow me to present another. One that shows the victim's hand.
Mind's Pride! That was the guy! That was the guy's favorite book that he lost. I don't believe it. It's the fourth book. As you will observe, the fourth book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. No. No! Order, order! There, you see? You see? Look at that. Look. Wait, I want to look at something real quick. I mean, he does have a similar mustache. He has a pretty similar mustache to the person on trial. I don't remember what other descriptors they used, but it's possible. Yes. It's just like I said, isn't it, my darling? Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir. Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Hunchback, cat-like eyes, something, right? Something about his nose? He has a very similar nose. Mrs. Beat, the titles once again, if you please. Oh, yes, of course. The picture of Monsieur somebody or other. The picture of Monsieur Lecoq. What's its yearnings? Canterbury yearnings. A meal for someone. A meal for Gaboriau, in fact. As the court has just heard, the witness remembers the book's titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. That's not flawless, then. Mrs. Beat's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional. Did you hear that, Rowley? The gentleman paid me a compliment. Yes, sir. Flawless, sir. Patricia's flawless. But there are only 3 books on the receipt, and Mrs. Beat mentioned 4. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly, the 4th book is which is shown in the photographic print. I'm sorry, Counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? It's not odd at all, my lord. As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. The victim was holding her own book? I wonder, what became of that 4th book? Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigation officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. You will submit that in the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, counsel. My pleasure, my lord. The second, okay. So, interesting. Okay. I'm gonna take a look at that book as soon as I have the chance to. The prosecution rests. I will not. Okay, let me see. Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay, so yes, this is the same book that's in the image. Oh, look at this! The book has been badly burnt. I wonder why that is. You're right. You'd never be able to read it in this state, especially not the latter pages. What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently. A book recently damaged by fire. Why does this seem to raise a red flag with me? Who knows? Oh my gosh, immediately we added to it. Fantastic. I'm glad it wasn't a thing of we had to be prompted for it to be added. The prosecution rests. I have nothing further to add. What? You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. The spurition longer route to the accused lodgings that you try to establish in your summonation examination, and the attempted discrediting of the witness's prowess of a recollection in your cross-examination. Futile? I walked right into this, didn't I? You see, everything we've said is true. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes, Pat. Marry me, Pat. You're married already. So perhaps the gentlemen, or the ladies and gentlemen of the journey would like to reconsider their positions, should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty. Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? You have heard all of the witnesses and seen all of the evidence. This trial has run its course. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we are in a terribly precarious position. I know, but if I fight back with in the wrong way, I could very well just make matters worse. Think, Ryunosuke, think. What do you do now? Objection!
Objection!
I'm not done yet. No, my learned friend, it's over. That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast. There is no more room for debate. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but I can't think of what to say.
If I may, Lord Van Zieks, it seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point.
Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this. Oh, gotta spin the chessboard around, right? I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions valuable.
Mr. Naruhodo.
One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance, so the court will hear you, madam.
Go ahead, Miss Susato. Please.
Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further?
You're stinky. Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished.
I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you?
Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their learnings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So we must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible.
Yes, I understand. And thank you, Miss Susato. This is it. Susato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. I can't let it go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord. Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into this case and has hitherto been overlooked. The burn mark on the book.
Take that!
The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book found in the victim's hand. We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know. Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You will identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear? Oh, yes, my lord. It's,
Mr. Naruhodo, I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence, which means you may very well be on the right track.
Yes, I think you might be right. So, counsel, precisely where is the vital clue on this case, with which the fourth book conceals? Here, your majesty. Right here, with it being on fire. I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question. The back? What do you... Good gracious! It's been burnt to a crisp. So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing. Yeah, what do you think about that?
Objection!
Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend? Oh. Were I to concede the point, if it bears no relation to this case, there is nothing to discuss. So should you wish to assert that this fire damages some veiled clue as to what happened that day? Pray, do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide? A charred book. There is just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory. Don't keep us waiting any longer then, Council. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage this sorry tome has suffered? The shop sold it, no. The owner, its content, the owner. My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth about the book's owner. I beg your pardon?
But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hand as she fell to the floor. After all, it's obviously hers.
The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand is yet to be answered. However, as to the question of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers. Good gracious, how can you possibly... Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you in your little gamble if your little gamble goes awry. Counsel, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book? It's this guy.
Take that!
The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb. The landlords. And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but... Of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Miss Garadeb herself. Oh my goodness! Me? I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Garadeb's wife. I'm his maid. Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. I mean, you still live in the house. All right then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garadeb's house? I would never presume to know all the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused's landlady, you say? You implicate this hard-working member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable. This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed in the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room of the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's house. Good lord! What sort of incident, counsel? A fire, my lord. Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know? Whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. Worst of it, I lost my favorite, a book called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride? By Jove, the very same title as the subject in the debate!
Oh dear me!
Objection!
Come on, you should question me by putting your leg on the table again, sir. This is risible. All you have told the court is that the book by the same name was involved in a fire, in which case it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself from the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Garadeb was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garadeb even amid the flames.
Oh, how awful! I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you, Rolly?
Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir. I'm like trying to find like a good stopping place. Had all my favorite old novels in that case, but as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. Then the wife started hurling things at me. There was I, back up against the window under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books upcoming 10 to the dozen. The man had his back up against the window, and he had burning books thrown at him? Goodness gracious, are you suggesting that the book was thrown through the window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime? No. A thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident, and there was no report of the Garadev's window pane being broken. That's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Garadev household. But is it not conceivable that the window was open at the time, and not even remotely? Let us not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. No Londoner would even leave a window open in the middle of winter. Does the defense postulate the scenario in all seriousness, counsel? Do you earnestly claim that the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garadel's wife? I believe it's a possibility, my lord. That's quite enough. Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward. A mean coward. Really? Claiming that our little tiff set the whole neighborhood alight. Honestly, implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake? How could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case. None. Not any of it. All you've done is sully our family's name. No, I assure you that was never my intention. Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to avert attention from your failing defense. I should box your ears. That's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable. Too right. Here we go. How long have we sat here now listening to this Nipponi spouting out his fancy foreign theories? But think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could possibly have stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with the mustache, and he ran away from the scene too. I do declare you're right. It's true. Yes, what did I tell you? Makes sense to me. Sorry, what's that? Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Van Zieks? In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings, but then one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage. No, wait! Then the mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been... If books are your predilection, my learned friend, study them in your own time. What? No forgive the discourtesy this time? Ahem. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability to the court to hear.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
I'm gonna have to do this again, aren't I? The heckin', like, pitting them against each other. Okay, I guess that would be a good enough stopping point if nothing else. Thank you for that unambiguous response. That's twice now. It's over. Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up. Miss Susato, have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet. You're not suggesting... Of course! The defense has the right to another summonation examination at this point. You could still convince the jurors to change their minds. You have one more chance. My lord, the defense asks to exercise its right to a summonation examination. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve? I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. This one is really dragging out, right? This is no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. Because all the other ones, like, fit perfectly in the 6-hour span. Oh, hey, a to be continued. That's perfect. Okay, so we can save and then actually close out the game and find somebody to raid. Okay, yeah, this is the most perfect timing I've ever seen. Okay, save complete, so we can go on over to the just chatting screen. And then let us find somebody to raid. Let me see. I think I saw a few people. We haven't raided Attack Rack in like forever. No, I'm sorry. This is when I usually end. It's actually like a few minutes late. But yeah, we should raid Attack Rack because we haven't done that in like forever. I miss seeing Sky. Okay. So we can maybe just say objection. Well, maybe no. Maybe objection raid? I'm not sure. If anybody has any other better ideas, please let me know, and then we can maybe use that instead. But there is the raid message for today. Thank you for joining me, everybody. If you do not have my emotes, feel free to use whatever emotes that you have at your disposal. That is totally fine. But yeah, I'm having fun. Whoops. I'm having fun. But yes, next week, it's gonna be Wednesday and Thursday again. I don't think I have an extra day that I can stream. I think it's like the next week I'll be able to. So I don't know. But yes, hopefully we can find our way to. I don't know if the moon-headed guy actually did it, but it's definitely his book. So who knows? It's just a matter of actually, having that situation come up to where we can be like, hey, yeah, you guys are just racist. But anyway, let me see. I don't know what else to say. I'm always so awkward when I'm ending stream. So you know what? We're just gonna have a bunch of stars before the countdown happens. Okay, there we go. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Jump fast. Bye-bye. See you next week. Bye-bye. Okay, make sure you Aggies all go over there, unmute the site, and then ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba.